Good evening to the Dominican folks, wherever you are this time. Another Lakou program, another program where I know many people are just loving it. And tonight we are back with another Lakou program. Good evening to you, my brother.
Good evening, Cecil. Let me apologize for not being with you last week. I was a little bit exhausted after the funeral of my great friend, Mr. Sugofly. So I was a bit.
You mean you were exhausted?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kicking up on you, man.
Yeah. You know, when you work very closely with someone, it always has the rippling effect. So that was it.
And we sent our good friend Sogo to his resting place.
That's right.
And I know that many people will miss the jovial Sogo, Peter Thomas from Vickers.
Right. And I know he worked a lot with your good friend here during the struggling days of the Labour Party. Your guest, I know the kind of work that went on in the 2000 election. But it's not for me. Let me just say, our greatest weakness lies in giving up, Cecil. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. Thomas Edison, the man who invented the light bulb.
That's a nice phrase.
Yeah.
Your nephew yesterday said to me to tell you hi. I visited the Grotto home. And I was very much impressed by the facility of the Grotto home. I know that some people do criticize the Grotto home, but getting there, it is really an amazing place, well kept, and you need to. Right. I just need to compliment the workers of the Grotto home. Well kept. The meals are on time. A very balanced meal. Right. It's just an amazing place.
And one cannot forget our good friend who did a lot. The former superintendent of police,
Mr. Irish. Mr. Irish, Enzo of Irish.
One cannot forget his struggles, and one must not also forget Anne.
Yes, and Solomon. And we should not forget Angela Dewhurst herself,
as well,
who has been playing a critical role.
And also Mr. Dewhurst.
And now we have the present chairman of the board, who is this clerk of the House of Assembly, that is Daniel Reed.
Oh, yeah.
And I must say, getting there very neat, as I said, taking care of the inmates. Right. And when I went there yesterday, I was really elated, to see the kind of work that they have been doing. What I would like to say is I would like someone to extend, I would like the public to extend their hands. I know many times people do send for the infirmary. I am not saying no, but I'm saying that the Grotto home itself needs quite a lot from the general public. And I've been there yesterday. You need to do the beatitudes that the Christ that we speak about did on earth. He actually visited the sick. He made the blind see. He fed the hungry. So there are a number of things that we as individuals must find ourselves doing, and to make others feel that they are also important.
I think, and I'm not going to be controversial here, but I think Jesus Christ was a socialist.
He was a socialist. You're not going to be controversial.
I don't think he was a capitalist.
The work that Jesus Christ did while he was on earth. He was the one who said to you, "Render unto Caesar
things that are Caesar, and to Christ."
And that's the mantra of the socialists. Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Right.
Give to the states. Right. Give to the state what belongs to the state.
Right.
Give to the people what belongs to the people.
And he went about healing.
So the method of the socialists, is
so Jesus could have been the first socialist, right?
No, he was the first socialist.
Right,
I mean, no getting away from this. We know Caesar and the others, they were all capitalists. The Bible will not tell us that. And we have a socialist in the house.
Right.
And but I'm sure that he'll expound on that.
But let me just wish you a happy Father's Day, Cecil. I don't know you're a father of how many, but I can tell you I'm a father of 3. I'm a father of 3.
You mean you came on earth, God gave you 70 plus years, you only had 3 children?
Right. My brother Algie had 10 with 9 women. I had 3 with one woman. My father had 6 with 4 women.
Well,
My other brother, Kofi, have 7 with 5 women. So I seem to have broken the norm. 3 with 1 woman. I don't know what Lyoyd Pascal, what he will say later on. But let me wish him happy Father's Day as well.
That's just the correct thing to do.
And to all fathers, a happy Father's Day.
Right. Good evening to you, Lyoyd Pascal. Happy Father's Day to you.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Hatley. And good evening, Dominica. Thank you very much for inviting me to your program. And happy Father's Day to both of you and all fathers listening. Yeah.
And I just want to wish you happy Father's Day, Lyoyd. I know that you're a father.
Thanks.
A father of one.
One and only.
One son. Right.
The man was, I thought the man was more aggressive, man.
Well, it's not how many children you have that will determine how aggressive that you will. You know what I'm saying? Many people tend to think they can have 14, some think that they can have 22, some think they can have 35, some feel like they should have 1, some feel they should have 3, some think they should have 10.
I thought your co-host was going to be welcoming me, but if he starts laughing, he's laughing at me as well.
No, my apology to you, dear friend.
That's how you welcome me.
Welcome, my comrade, Mr. Pascal. It's always a pleasure having you. I know you very well, and welcome. I was just, wishing you happy Father's Day, and I was just looking at the quantitative, not the qualitative.
Yeah, in this kind of situations, there is no equal rights and justice. So you don't judge me because of I don't reach the height that maybe Cecil has reached.
or maybe the height that he has reached. He has 3, you have 1.
Well, that's it,
But that doesn't mean to say because the quantitative is 1, you cannot have the qualitative, in terms of what went on before. I don't know. I am not your judge. Anyway, Mrs. Pascal.
It's a nice joke to laugh, but I felt,
But I also want to say that we have a number of people already watching. Within that 10 minutes that we are on, 35 persons are already watching, Lyoyd. I know that tonight you're going to be very interested in the pronouncements that you're going to be making, the statements that you are going to be making. And so I want to say to you, Lyoyd, that we will come across, for anyone who wants to get us, you can go on DBS, you can go on to DBS YouTube. If you go to DBS YouTube channel, I'm sure that you will be able to get us. And I will. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try to send the link for Lyoyd Pascal so that he can maybe send it to his friends and those who would like to look at the program on Facebook. And I just did that to Lyoyd, so I hope that Lyoyd can actually have a look at it. So Lyoyd, you are here tonight, and I'm very elated and happy to have you, Lyoyd.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me. I when the information came that you were soliciting my presence in your program, I know your program has captured the hearts and minds of the Dominican people for a long time, and then I thought that was already beyond me. You had already elevated that program to a level where people like me had not qualified. So I had to think about it. I had plans. My plans, as I mentioned to you, I was preparing to travel to Guadeloupe. But I gave some serious consideration because, I am a person who is quite careful not to go into areas that I am not invited. But if I am invited to some place, I try my best to honor that invitation by showing up. And that is what has had me today. They are here because I cancelled my trip in order for me to honor this invitation and to be here.
I want to say thank you very, very much. And by doing so, I felt it was important to give you a background that you would feel at home.
Absolutely. I mean, this background is my backyard. You know, if I have to shift for the audience to see exactly, I don't want to block the whole view, but I mean, this is the glassy pool at the glassy point in Boetica. You know, you have to pass through Boetica to get to glassy. Otherwise, you can go by sea, and if you good enough, you can land at the glassy point, but it's not everybody. If you're not from Boetica, I would advise you to avoid trying to land there, because the background, the picture, I mean, in the top 10 sites for the Dominica, the Discover Dominica Authority, in the top 10 important sites for visiting, the one in the background there is to be counted. When you talk about Boiling Lake and all Emerald Pool and so on there, you have to count Glassy Point also. And so I am from Boetica, and all Boetica people know Glassy, because that's where the most unique and interesting thing is, you can say it's a very rocky shore, but there is a very marvelous pool that you can dip and bathe, and it is always replenished by the waves coming from the ocean that pour into fresh, clean water into that pool. And so there is never stagnant water in there, and you can take a swim, you can take a dive, you can submerge and get yourself. You know that the sea is consisting of several minerals, maybe 92 of them, and all of these minerals that your body need. So time and again, it's always important that you take a sea bath. You know, you can use the salt water to maybe to drink a little bit, not or mix it with your fresh water, so that you can get the benefits of these minerals. So to have this facility in a stony, rocky shore is something that is not very common all over Dominica. You have sandy, white sand beaches in the north, in Portsmouth area. You have black sand beaches in Bootsab, in La Plaine. You have Cassibrus and so on. But nowhere else you will find such a lovely pool where you can take a nice sea bath without getting yourself into the sea and so on. But it's just that you have to be careful when you visit Glassy Point. Always keep your eyes on the ocean and look at the waves, because there have been some accidents, but never has there been an accident of people from Boetica. There's always people who come and visit and they don't pay attention to the guidelines. Maybe without a guide or a tour guide and so on, they go and they give the sea their back and they smile with their friends. Some of them take selfies and so on, and sometimes a big wave just come and wash these people out. And with the kinds of, you can see the structure of the rock and this and so on there. If anybody falls there and knocks their head, it's going to be difficult to be able to. Just
want to say also, Lyoyd, good evening to Julian Lyoyd Benjamin. He said that he's watching. Otis Deluge said that he's on and said Happy Father's Day. Nadia Karam said Happy Father's Day to all fathers. Deborah Charles Mark said I'm locked in from Dalis. And Karen Winston, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. And Edwina London says good evening, gentlemen, Happy Father's Day. Already we are having people saying that they are locked in, Lyoyd. I'm going to show you another picture, Lyoyd, and tell us a little bit about this one. Tell us about this one.
Well, this is another view from the same Glassy. It's, that is what makes Glassy so unique. I think this area, if you continue following the salt or the blue water inland, you will find that somewhere around there is a tunnel over the land, makes a bridge where you can traverse from one side to the other. And so those are the unique features of Glassy that we invite people to to go there, especially Dominicans living in Dominica, take a trip and get somebody who can serve as a tour guide and give you a tour and explaining the whole trail going down to that area.
And this one?
Also, in the same area, there are just different angles of pictures, but it's the same glassy. Glassy produces and provides all of what you're showing there.
And that too here is glassy.
Yeah, this is just an adjacent pool from the first pool that you showed there. That is a second one where, in this one, you can take a swim, you can submerge, and so on. The other one is more like a pot. It is deep to the height of maybe just maybe up to 4 or 5 feet. But there's no area where you can stretch yourself. You just have to stay in a vertical way. Whereas in this one, you can lie down, you can swim, you can submerge.
And this one, I'm sure that you are able to tell us about there.
This one
is after Hurricane Maria.
Well, this is the gorge. This is one of the biggest projects that infrastructure projects that have taken place in Dominica. That is the Boetica River crossing. That is a bridge that was built over the Boetica River, and in the tropical storm Erica of 2015, the bridge was built with steel culverts, and quite a lot of soil was placed over to reach the height or where the road is. And during the rains of tropical storm Erica, the culvert was blocked, and there was a backup of water that made a pool that reached to the top of the road, maybe 200, 300 feet high. And once the weight of the water got to that height, it started eroding the loose tarish that was put on top of that steel, and so water started finding its way, getting out, and sooner the entire structure was washed away. And you may be able to see the cable that was used to transport people and goods, and to the point where a funeral, a coffin with a dead body was transported, coming from Roseau, going to be buried in Dalis. Use this cable system to do that crossing. That is what people had to go through after Hurricane Maria. Now they have put a Bailey Bridge there. While you were reading the number of people who had joined the program, you mentioned Deborah Charles
Mack.
Deborah Charles Mack. Deborah is a citizen of the area, a business lady who owns Ulala. Have you heard of Ulala?
Yes, I've heard of Ulala.
Well, so Ulala is just there in the area of Point Milat, across the Point Milat River on the Point Milat estate.
Mm-hmm.
Just after the home of Singular Blanquist and so on, when you're coming up the hill on you. So, talking about Tropical Storm Erica, we are part of a group of people from the southeast who discuss the very important area of that Dalis Petit Savant Road. That Dalis Petit Savant Road on the other side. So between this gorge and the Petit Savant Gorge, where the road cannot be built for quite a long time since Hurricane Maria, the people are kind of locked. And you have Dalis, you have Point Milat, Dalis, Carib, La Roche Victoria, Boetica. All these villages there are locked between two gorges of treacherous thing. And so in this hurricane season, we are doing our best. We understand that efforts are being made to rebuild or to build a bridge across the Petit Savant Gorge, which is There was never a gorge before, but that was created as a result of the rains of Tropical Storm Erica. And so Deborah is leading a group of people, because of her own interest in her own business, and have done quite a lot. We know that efforts are being done. We know that equipment are on the site. We know that they have promised that a Bailey Bridge will be instituted or
built,
put in that area for a period. Maybe in the next 3 weeks we will have a crossing. So those are things to celebrate for our people, so that if things are bad in the Odelis area, we can find another way to get to Roseau. In the meantime, there is an interesting story about that road, though, and I may want to say something about myself and my involvement in getting.
Before you say that, I just want to say that Rosa Carbon is watching. Rosa is from Boetica herself. She worked at DBS Radio once upon a time. She's in the United States, save her family. Also, Deborah says, while you're talking, she says that so much trauma, and she said that she's in the house. And we also have Alicia George also says that she's watching. So you already move up to 45 viewers as the night going by, and it says quite a lot in reference to the kind of program that the Lakou is. And you're going to give us something about yourself before we really get in depth with the program. Let me give you the opportunity to see what you're supposed to say.
So I take it the Lakou program is to talk about the history of growing up and your surroundings and so on. So when you're ready to get into that, I will go. But just because you show me these images, and I mentioned about the Petit Savan Bailey Bridge that is upcoming, I wanted to say that, on my return from Cuba in 1985, I graduated in Cuba with forestry engineering degree, and I came back to Dominica, and the conditions in Dominica were not favorable for me to obtain employment.
So before we go there, I think we jump. You're jumping, I understand that.
So
I want to go back a bit, but before I do that, I want to say that Lyoyd Pascal says that she's watching, and Randy Turney says good evening to all of us, and also Shelleen Pond said that she's listening. Now, Lyoyd, let's.
Yeah, all these are my people, you called here. I mean, Lyoyd Pascal is my sister. She's at work now, but she's still in a chance to give me some support and so on, and I appreciate that so much. And so, I have other siblings, but for the time, I can say good night also to Beno. You know Beno,
yes.
Cecil?
I know Beno.
Beno is
the
my
cricketer?
little brother. Beno took a trip to St. Lucia for him to look at cricket, because his life is cricket.
I thought you would have said that he went to South Africa to see his son play cricket.
Of course. That's where he became famous, with that Dominica flag in the under-19 World Cup and so on. His son was captain and so on. So, I really appreciate, it is those kinds of people watching, Rosa Carbon, Shelleen Pond and so on. These are my people. So when I hear they are watching, give me courage, because, even if Hartley tried to make me feel a little uncomfortable at the beginning, I take courage that my people are watching, so I can. Yeah.
And Angelina Danielle says good evening, watching from Boetica.
Absolutely, Angelina Danielle, my people.
And Yolande Kepero said she's also watching.
Yeah, man.
So quite a number of your people are watching.
Yeah, and I am, I'm glad, because there's a lot to be said that has not been said about our own Lakou system. And even if you have had other people from Boetica on your program, but, I am pleased to provide my own perspective about how we grew up, because of my experience. And when we talk about experience, there is a gentleman called Ramon Castro. Ramon is the older brother of Fidel and Raul. So they were three brothers. everybody knew that Fidel and Raul were part of the rebel army in the Sierra Maestra, but Ramon was more a cattle rancher. So he was in charge of a farm and so on. And he said that if experience is the sum total of all the mistakes that you have made in your life, then I have a lot of experience. And because of so much that I have seen and done, and because of all the mistakes that I have done in my life, I have a lot of experience. And because of that experience, I am pleased to share with you on the Lakou what we did and how we managed to live in the isolated communities of the southeast of Dominica when the rest of Dominica was alight and with roads and all kinds of modernity. We were in our isolation on the southeast. That is where they call Auvin.
Auvin. Chimay River Auvin.
Absolutely, Cecil. Chimay River Auvin is a celebration,
of the people of the East.
That for people of the East, who for them to get into Roseau, they used to pass either Chimay Latin, from people from La Plaine who would walk all the way to Rosalie and take up the hill to Grand Fond and cross the rivers and the mountains and get into the lake, that is freshwater lake and so on, and go down to Loda. So that is what was our way to get into Roseau. And on the other side, people from Boetica Dailies would pass through, cross the White River and go to Mayambe and get into Chimay Bois and go into Péditin. After you could walk through all the mountains, go into Péditin and reach in Geneva, cross the Geneva River, and where the boxing plant of the Geneva boxing plant in Granby was, right there. So that is the way that our people, my parents, the people from the southeast, that's the way before roads came. So when the song Chimay River Auvin, that was a breakthrough in life that our people got. That roads had reached that area so people could drive to Roseau instead of doing all of that walking.
So let us go back a bit, Pascal. You have how many brothers, how many sisters?
Well, at my home, my parents had 6 children. But before that, my father had 2 daughters. So my father had 8 children and my mother had 6. So far, I have lost 1 sister from my father's side and 1 brother from my home family. That is somebody you may have known, David, who went to St. Mary's Academy and then went to Cuba to study. He had completed a degree in civil engineering and was preparing to come home. We had made all preparations at home to welcome him back as a civil engineer. But he fell sick and died in Cuba, and unfortunately, that was a very devastating thing. But if you permit me, or if you ask me, I will want to tell you about my childhood, my parents,
that's where we're going to go.
Yeah.
So I want to also, before we get into your childhood, I need to know. You said that you had 8 siblings. You had 8 siblings. That's what you're saying.
8 of them, yeah.
Right. And so I'm going to now get you to tell us a bit of your growing up at a very tender age. Preschool, if you went to preschool, primary school, then we talk about the yard, the things that you would have done in those yards at primary, preschool, and at home.
Yeah.
But before you do that, I just want to say that we have trained St. Patrick, your cause. He said hi, cause. Joan Allington is watching from Grand Savan, and June John Baptist says that she's watching. Margot Graham says that she's also watching. So you've already moved on to 59 people actually looking onto you on my Facebook. So I can imagine others that have been looking on other Facebook and on YouTube. So yes, go ahead. You're growing up.
Growing up, well, I was born in Boetica, in a part of Boetica called Madam, that is in the further western part of the village. That is the top, because there is a kind of sloping area. Boetica is located between Dalis to the south, and La Plaine to the north. But between Boetica and La Plaine, you have La Ronde and La Fonchette. So, Boetica is a unique place because it is a very small community, but at the same time, it have a distance of separation. So, for you to get to La Plaine, which in our days of growing up, that's where the church was, and that's where the cemetery was. So all things matters.
You're talking the La Plaine Church or the Boetica Church? The
La Plaine Catholic Church. I think the patron saint of Saint Francis Xavier. That church is where all of us did all things that pertain to Catholicism. Our first communion, baptism, first communion, confirmation, marriage, or many of our people from Boetica, we had to walk. We had to walk from Boetica to La Plaine. Many people walked with their shoes in their hands, and when they got into the door of the church, they would put the shoes, because if they were to walk all that road with that shoes, by the time they get into La Plaine, the shoes would be of no use. And so it was quite a long distance. Other people walked to La Roche also, because on the other end there was a Catholic church in La Roche. So, and when we had burials, we had to carry the coffins from Boetica all the way to La Plaine to be buried in the La Plaine cemetery. So Boetica, as I was saying, it's a kind of separation. When you get from Boetica to Dalis, you have to cross an area called Bois Belleville, which is a flat, maybe close to 2 miles of flat road, but that was pure forest. And Bois Belleville served, for those of us growing up, when Christmas season came and so on. That is where we would go and cut down a bois diab tree, and cut it into small logs and so on, small that what people could carry, so that we could split that wood with our axes and make sure that there was enough wood, fuel, wood fire, so that all cookings that would happen around the Christmas season was guaranteed that just like you would have in today's world, your cylinder of gas, and you have extra, so that when the one which is being used goes off, you have immediately to switch on to the other one. So that's what we use, wood. Everybody had an outside kitchen. Everybody, had an outside latrine. And so, growing up in Boetica, as I was saying, it was a very isolated place. In fact, at the beginning, there was no school in Boetica. So the Boetica, like my parents, went to school in Dalis, in a place called Belvedere. They had one school there, and people from all the region of Boetica, Dalis, La Roche, Victoria went to school in Belvedere. My father, some of his best friends that he had in Dalis, my father, Charles Pascal, he went to school with his Dalis friends. So he grew up, while we were growing up, we saw the kind of love and friendship and fraternity that was there between them. Is because they went to school together. Although we're from different hamlets or villages, like Dalis is a separate village from Boetica. So, I was born at a time when there were no lights, there were no roads, I remember when there were roads, but it's only some special jeep, and those jeeps were
Land Rovers,
and they were equipped with chains in the tires. So there were spots in the area where, had they not put those chains, the jeep would not be able to move. And so between La Plaine, throughout this office, from Rosalie all the way up onto Dalis, we had this, motorable road that was not kind of motorable in terms of motor cars and buses and so on, couldn't pass in those things. So we saw those things, we went, but by the time I was born...
Someone said it was called Willys Jeep.
It was a Willys, not Land Rover, Willys.
Willys, yes.
Yeah, so,
And the person who said that is Joseph Carbon himself, is from Boetica.
Yeah, Joseph Carbon, of course, you just mentioned Rosa Carbon a while ago.
Yes, that's the husband.
So that's right. You know the people.
Yes.
Yeah. Growing up in Boetica at that time, it was like going to Roseau was something like of excitement, because you're there, you in the isolation of the southeast, and then you get a chance to go to Roseau. Sometimes the truck would drop.
But before we talk about going to Roseau, because I'm going to come to that part, because we're just doing it in an orderly manner, and I really wanted to know about the yard. While you were speaking of the infrastructure of Boetica, I also wanted to know your upbringing in school. You talk about your father himself and his friends having to be associated with him because the fact that they went to school. But I want to know a bit of you and your school life, the things that you would have done in the yard, the schoolyard at home. You had 8 siblings. I'm sure that you all created your own yards, your own yard, because in those days houses were far apart. So give us a little information of you at school, either in preschool when you studied, if you studied in preschool, and primary school.
Okay, so by the time I was ready for school, there was a school in Boetica. So whereas my parents went to school in Dalis, but I went to school, a newly built school in Boetica. It was there already, but school, in fact, growing up was fun for me. My earlier days, like much younger, my father left Dominica when I was a year and 6 months and went to England. So maybe 2 years, I can't remember exactly, but anyway, there was a movement of younger men. England was open at that time in the 1950s, 56, 57, 58. There were boats moving around and so on. Some people stowed, other people paid their passage and went to England. And my father took the trip too, so, there was a kind of privilege of, waiting for letters from, the post office, in fact, was, for registered letters, was in Dalis. So, you're always waiting for something that your father sent so that you can go Roseau and buy some goodies, clothes, and so on. So my father spent 4.5 years in England. And because of his own bringing up, that he lost his father when he was just a child, maybe 9 years or 10 years. And therefore, it was left for him at that age to be responsible for his home, of his mother and his 2 sisters. And therefore, he built upon his skill of protection of his family, of providing for his family, to the point where he went to England to, like everybody else, to make a living. But the whole question of the separation, like letters come in of missing, his sisters would write, his mother, his wife, and so on. So he couldn't take the homesick anymore, and he returned to Dominica. And so he upon his return, he built a shop that was serving the community with groceries and so on. And it was also a liquor shop, so there were wines and spirits and castrum and so on. So my growing up was somewhat of, no, I cannot say that I saw any kind of misery. It was not easy. Life was not easy, but I never wanted. I never was in a situation of want or needed anything. Everything was provided for us. The little shop that we had, the profits was used in our kitchen and our life. So going to school, there were lots of games in the schoolyard. The ladies would skip and play their rounders, but also the men would find ways to play cricket. There was no kind of football in Boetica, at that time. I mean, at the time when I grew up, there was no football, no fields for playing football. We played cricket everywhere on the road, anywhere we could get a little stretch of somewhere where somebody can run and bowl. So there was a lot of finding ways for you to cope with the same. So we had all kinds of toys. We made our tops. We made trucks from tins. We made something we call sec. That is the wrong thing from the drum and you would curve a little wire so that you can control it and run. So there was always activities, outdoor activities. Every Friday in the school, Friday afternoon would be set aside for us to clean the place. And so the desks and benches that we used during the week were washed and cleaned in a ravine next to the school. And as soon as we finished doing that cleaning, we would go out and look for coconuts. And a lot of us would, because we had a lot of fruits, soursop, apricot, guava, almost everything was available, oranges and so on. So what I remember very clearly was that we would dig a hole in the ground and pad it up with trash or like banana leaves and so on, dry banana leaves, and ensure that you could place the soursop in that hole so that it could ripen. And we would do the same thing with mangoes also. So that next Friday you would make a round after you finish your chores of cleaning and so on. There was another thing that was very common in our school days was playing police and volley. So I myself, because I saw the way that those volleys were roughly treated when they were caught, I never wanted to be a volley. And also, so you had to pass a test, to become a volley. You had to stand up in a line and somebody would pass behind your knees and try to tickle you. And if you laugh or if you could not stay serious in that kind of thing then you have to fall in line into the volleys.
So they would tickle you.
You would be tickled. And if you fail, if you just laugh,
you're volley.
Yeah, you're volley, so stand aside. And the volleys would be released. They would go out in the field, and then the police would set themselves out to look for them. Mm-hmm. I mean, can you imagine when you catch up a volley after all that tough time? We would rough up that volley, tie him up, and bring him and lock him into the kitchen of the quarters of the head teacher. That was a special quarters of the head teacher, because head teachers would live in the school. They would come from different parts of Dominica and so on, and they would be able to stay. And that is where was our prison for the Friday afternoon to any volley that was caught. I mean, you better not get caught because you would be roughed up. It's just that there were no broken bones and so on, but you would be treated just like how police treat the bad guys.
Oh, you are like the real police there, volley?
Yes.
No gun, but when you catch them.
Yeah. We practice that.
So most of them, what would you have been? A volley? A police? I know you just said that you didn't want to be a volley, but you never established. Or you were always the police?
Always a police, because I would say serious there. Nobody can make me laugh, because I know the consequences of being a volley there. I would never put myself in that.
So Pascal would have been your brother, Beno would have been a volley.
Well, Beno went to school much later than me. I don't know how, but he himself is a strict kind of fella there. I don't think he would want to be involved in volley.
But Beno likes to laugh,
Well, yeah. There is a little joke about a friend of ours. You've heard of him, Sylvester Joseph.
Of course, who doesn't know Silo?
So Silo himself became a defense force after that, and Silo, after he was both police and defense force, and after that he was a forester.
Yes.
But the joke is like my friend John. John Vital. He lived in the United States of America. Somebody told me that he's in Dominica, but anyway, I have not seen him. The joke was that Silo himself went to to that kind of thing, through that process of police and volley, and he was tickled. A tickling process happened, and CeeLo is trying his best to be a police, but he cannot keep it. So he would twist his face in all different directions, but keep it serious. So he would not open his mouth to show his teeth, but he would try his best to resist being cut into a police. And so, just the kind of facial expressions that CeeLo would make you laugh. You would not be able to see somebody doing that and not fall into laughing, because the guy was trying so hard not to become a volley.
Roselia Baltazar says, good evening, everyone. I'm happy Father's Day to all of the fathers back home. Martina Roye, she's laughing her guts out. Boarding writers, her name is Dr. Maffa J. I don't know if you know her, Dr. Maffa J. She's from La Plaine. Maffa Joseph.
Delis.
Delis.
Of course I know her.
Yeah. Rudy Joseph Jr. Is watching. I think Rudy Joseph is in St. Martin.
Yeah, man.
And Prince Nisati says that she's also watching. So Princess, she's also watching. So yes. So you're giving us that joke, and I like where that joke is going. Continue.
No, I mean, I was telling you that it was a lot of fun. The thing is, it is a pity to see what Boetica has become, because the village doesn't even have a school anymore. When I was going to school in Boetica, we had an enrollment in the Boetica school of 150 students. And today, for many years ago, they closed the school because they only had 6 students in the school, and they had to close the school and send the children to daily school and so on. So we have gone back to the history of our fathers, where children from Boetica have to go to school in Dailies. And so, it's not a nice sign that progress is being made when you have to go back to
People must start making children. When Lyoyd made one child, and Lyoyd lives in Rosewood, that child can't go to Boetica school, Maybe when Lyoyd's sister is in the States and all of the children is in the States. Maybe when Benno has maybe 4 children or 3 children, they all in Rosewood going to school.
Yeah, but
so that is how many already. That's around 6.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe that's the solution. But when the conditions are not ripe for that, and many people, maybe they can boast like they have plenty and make fun of you if you don't have enough. Mm-hmm. The point, though, is that there's not a kind of national program that encourages that kind of thing. We have Planned Parenthood in Dominica very, very long time. They spend a lot of time ensuring that population is maintained. I'll tell you one thing. When I was in Boetica in 1970, the population of Dominica was 80,000. After the hurricane of 1979 and many people left, we have never gone back to 80,000, to the point where today we don't even know the population of Dominica, which is something that is quite lamentable. I don't think that you would want to have that in your Lakou program to talk about that, but that is something that is not just me that did not make enough children, but when you have a population, we had a census in 2011. The census told us that, okay, we didn't have the results of the census after the census was done until 2019. We got 72,000 people out of that result. But something happened in 2015 and 2017. We had Hurricane Maria in 2017. Sorry. We had Hurricane Maria in 2017. We had a Tropical Storm Erica in 2015. And figures of statistics show that 20,000 people left Dominica after Maria. So then in 2019 we get the result of the 2011 census, but there is not the minus of the 20,000 people that left. And then the next census is supposed to be in 2021. And I don't know if you have the results, Cecil. I know something may have been done in 2022. 2023 passed, we didn't get the result. We are in 2024, we have not got the result. And therefore, we're in a problem where we don't even know the population of Dominica.
The point is, I mean, we can move away from it, but I'm just saying that I think in every community now that's what we are seeing. Andrew Carbon is saying he's listening to you, Pascal. That's your people in Boetica.
Yeah, man.
And Joseph Carbon is also saying many villages in Dominica see the same decline. And the young people go to Roseau for employment or migrate for a better life. And that is some of the problem. And even in Roseau, I can say I don't see many people pregnant, you know. I would like to find out from the hospital today how many ladies that are at the hospital,
that's a big discussion.
Preparing for
that's a big discussion.
Bringing forth children.
In terms of population and migration within the Caribbean, and the drop of the fertility rate in small island states, because of obviously now you have many women who are choosing to work instead of being housewives, and because of that you find that they do not make the number of children that they would make, because in the 1960s and in the 70s the average number of children that an adult woman would start making children at 15 should have probably 10, 12, 13, 14 children. People in the past, women in the past, make children at 15 years. You can't go and get a woman pregnant now. If she's 15 years, you will go to jail. But that I know, for instance, in my street in Portersville, many women made their first child at 15 years.
And today you find that people are more focusing on building big houses and having their own cars,
women
over that of children.
At the same time, I'm telling you, all of the times where we enjoyed our isolation in Boetica, the young people found ways to have fun, to have their own toys, to socialize and so on. Nearly every household had 10 children.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And in all of the economic hardships and so on, because I tell you, the hardship was true. Agriculture. My father, as a young man, apart from doing his agriculture, maybe for subsistence and so on, was a pit sawyer. So that these guys would take their axes and go to the forest and cut down trees, make logs, and build a scaffold, get that kind of lassie, and make boards, because that's how they built their houses. There was no concrete and block and those kind of things and cement, so all houses were built with wood. And my father was, they call them Seer de Law. One of the things my father told us, and we saw him in action doing that, he would never be a halho, because a halho, you have to climb on that kind of scaffold that they would make to put the log, and you have to stand on the log on top, and then there is a halba under that is one push up and down, one pulling down. I don't know if you have seen that, Cecil, because that is not for young fellas.
No, I have not seen
I've seen that.
No, I've not seen it.
Yeah,
Cecil, I've seen it. In fact, a song was made about that, Papi Sonica Sieboa, because you have the big Sieboa, you have a big saw, one below, and one on top, as Lyoyd is saying, and that was a lot of hard work. Mm-hmm. To put that log on that scaffold was not an easy thing. So
they would do all of that preparation, get that log up there and saw it, and that is how they built boards. They constructed boards for them to build their houses. They would sell, they would make their money. And my father was, apart from all that, was a sea captain. So from right there from Glassy, they would load the boats. People would carry all their produce, their agriculture, cassava, farine, toloma, ground provisions, and boards, and take them on those boats. And the boats would take from Boetica, from Daly's, go down south and go down Asto and turn around in Soufriere and come to Roseau next to the post office there and drop their produce there. And on their way back up, they would get...
You said next to the post office. I don't want people to get themselves, especially the young people who are listening, confused. Next to the post office,
the museum.
Where the museum is.
That's right.
Or we can say where Gary Hotel is.
That's right. Because the Roseau Market was just old
Roseau
inside.
Market.
And therefore, the boats were landing there to drop whatever produce that they were going. My father was a captain. So on his way back up, they would get groceries for the shops. So sardines and flour and sugar and so on, whatever groceries that people were using at that time, he would transport them. The interesting thing is that when these people reach at Asto, that is just behind Soufriere Scott's Head, just behind Scott's Head, when they take into the Atlantic Ocean, there was a current that was so deadly that most of the times when the sea was rough, the boats would sink. And all the belongings of the shops that was in that flour would mix with seawater and make their dumpling right there. And all the sardines and so on would fall at the bottom of the sea. And these guys would rescue the boat.
I don't, sorry, hold that thought. I don't want to lose what the person has said on Facebook. Someone said, that's your people from Daly's. She said, back in the days, the only entertainment was making love. No social media gets more of the now. Social media gets most of the love making.
I agree.
And so Otis Delu said, interesting. Another person said, that is my brother Alan Minadman. He said, need to ask the doctor in the delivery room what are the daily birth rate in Dominica,
right.
China, Friendship
But before you
Hospital.
come in, Lloyd, it would be very interesting that the post made that point, because obviously by 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the night in the country, you and your wife or your concubine, what else for you to do? There is no TV, there is no radio.
No, there was radio.
Well, if there's a radio, maybe a transistor radio,
yeah,
and
battery radio.
Just make love whole night.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
And not only that, you went in bed at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6, 7
because
o'clock.
in the East, Lloyd, sun would have gone down very early.
Yeah, but that being said, there were what they call bal. They had places and halls where there were nice dances of Jinping and so on. So people, there was entertainment for those who wanted to. I mean, it is one thing, we can criticize the days of the past that there were no entertainment. But
I don't think it's criticism, just a fact.
You know that, like the
I
dances, all of the Jinping and the ballet and the
Flirtation,
quadrille,
quadrille,
the people were very good at that.
Yeah.
And
But Lloyd, while they were very good at that, the sad thing about it is that our generation lost it because our parents did not teach it to us. So you see, here it is, Shima weave over, best Shima didn't weave at all. Because the tradition, some of the tradition would have maintained, and we would have maybe had a population as big as maybe St. Lucia or as big as Barbados, and so I think.
Well, you know what happened, Cecil? It is an interesting observation that it was not passed on, but there was a kind of politics that happened in Dominica, where a gentleman by the name of Edward Oliver Leblanc, who had worked in the agriculture districts of Dominica and had seen all of the rural cultural thing, came into politics and revived culture to a point where it was very interesting. But there was a kind of resistance in Roseau among the mulatto bourgeois landowner, business owner class to get rid of that man, to drive him out of the seats of power and go back to his country in thing. And that is what happened. No sooner that there was no Edward Oliver Leblanc directing this thing of that renaissance of the culture of that. We have been losing this thing, and it is a steady decline that I don't know if there is enough discussion going on for us to reclaim that kind of thing.
You see, I mean, I'm Lloyd. I understand what you are saying, But let us look at the reality of things. Even while we're talking about the mulatto of Roseau try to or fight against Oliver Leblanc, in ensuring that the culture remained alive and well with our soul. Many of the people who came from the country, when they came into Roseau, they themselves found themselves disliking. They themselves found themselves not even going back to the country. They themselves didn't want people to call them country bookie. And so a lot of thought has to go into how we can get those things back.
They thought, well, you see, discussion, you see what we're doing there tonight, not enough of that is happening in Dominica. I mean, there are no, it's not just a radio thing, you know. This is something that needs to be happening in the communities via
social media discussion, yeah.
How do they call that kind of thing, where you go to the communities and speak with them? But not in the public meetings, like, you know, people talking and who can talk better and so on, but community people sitting together, experts. I mean, who are the cultural officers that are doing that kind of thing nowadays? I don't know. I mean, you know, it's not enough of that is happening. And therefore, one of the things that we can say is that from the Leblanc era of the renaissance of the speaking Creole, because there was a very strong objection. I remember growing up, and there was a gentleman who was a very close family friend who would come at our home, and speaking to our parents, he's speaking to them in Creole, and he's telling them, do not let those children speak Creole, because Creole is the language of the devil. And I mean, it's unfortunate that his advice to our parents, don't let them. He's speaking to them in Creole. The only thing is that my grandfather, Ropa, there was no way that he was speaking English with us. Every conversation that we had was in Creole. And therefore, we learned Creole. I came down to Roseau and went to St. Mary's Academy, and I quickly hooked up with my friends from Grand Bay and so on, and we ensured that the Creole language was maintained in that kind of level. So, I mean, perhaps we should be doing that interview in Creole.
So let's go back a bit to the schoolyard. All right? I want to know what the life was like. You said about cricket, that quite a lot of cricket was played. You spoke about on the weekend Friday that you would go in that stream and ensure that the desk would have been clean for Monday. And you also spoke about putting mangoes and soursop down in the hole to ripe, and you all will get it the next week. But I need to know, in reference to the school life, what was the teacher-student relationship, especially knowing that the principal would have come from Roseau or some other parts of Dominica to really help in the development of education? What was the relationship with students, and as we spoke about the Creole and the Creole language?
No, growing up, I mean, teachers were very, very highly respected. Teachers, nurses, policemen, community people adored their teachers, and therefore children, I mean, you hardly found children misbehaving and giving rudeness and so on. Children just knew, based upon the upbringing that they had with their own parents. And at that time, it was not just the parents that were raising the children. If a child would misbehave in the streets, any one of those parents would either give this child a beating or would complain to the parents, and you don't want anybody of respect in the village to go to your parents and say that you were misbehaving in the street, because the beating that you would get. And that was a level of discipline that was part of the culture. But in the schoolyard, I mean, imagine, you during the mango season. Mango, one of the things that we need to also recognize is that there were lots of mango trees, but particularly the most abundant was mango long. And so when it's mango season, if some rain fall, you would pass under the trees, maybe early in the morning before going to school, and you would choose the best of this rosiest of mangoes. Some fellas would want to cut a little girlfriend or so on, and you choose the nicest mango to bring for your girlfriend or somebody you have an eye for in the school. There were, I mentioned all the ring games and all the there were things like girls singing and clapping and thinging their hands and those things there. These things, people were kind of happy that at the time when you get an opportunity, for recess and so on, you would play games. There were competition of games between villages, like, school cricket, school, what else we had? Cricket was the main thing. As I tell you, there was no football at that time. Football came, when I left school, I had left school already in Boetica when they introduced football there.
But hear what someone is saying. The person said, with modern life, technology, and all we have today, as much as we love what we had, there is no way we could have kept the tradition. If all of these modern things that are happening now, we have cell phones, every child knows how to use a cell phone. Yeah. How can we hold those traditions when even us as adults today have found ourselves with the modern things?
Well, that is the position. I am not adverse to that position, except that I can say that had it not been that big effort of Renaissance, we would be like the people of St. Lucia, not St. Lucia, but St. Vincent and Grenada, who have completely lost their Creole touch. Look at how Dominica, when you go to Grand Bay, you go to Delis, Boetica, Soufrières, Point Michel, and you see children talking Creole, you realize that is something that a resistance of all of the efforts that was made for us to get into the computer, get into the phone, and forget about that part of our culture. So there are other aspects of our culture that kept us together that, the technology does not really have to affect it to the point where we forget where we come from. We forget who we are. And that is what is happening, that we are so into technology. We are getting in, we make garden, we plant, we have become big producers of agriculture on technology. So there are farm gate and all kinds of things that you're on your computer and you're planting all kind of crops and you're selling and you're producing and so on. Whereas, school garden was something that was cherished. They still have school garden now. In fact, they have it in a modern way where you have greenhouses and so on. But in teaching people our culture, teaching them what our ancestors handed down to us, is not a thing that is adverse, that we should just agree that technology is so... Because the technology itself is something that is driving us away from our roots, away from what we are, and making us into what we are not. And therefore, we need to be able to mix the thing, but our identity should never be lost through our negligence and because of modern technology.
No, Lyoyd, going to school, I know exchange was something that some students would have done, exchange in terms of recess. You're smart, you cannot afford recess. The person who is not very smart would exchange by giving you piece of their recess so that you can help them in class.
Their homework, yeah.
Yeah. You all had that in Boetica?
We for me, my experience, I never had recess. I ate my breakfast at my home and so on, went to school and went back to home for lunch and went back to school in the afternoon. But to bring something in a bag to say like I had recess, I never did that. So I don't know. Some people did it, yes. Their parents prepared them some good snacks and so on, and the snacks was of all kinds. There were some people coming in the school area to sell to the children too. But I do not have that kind of experience of exchanging recess. As I told you, fruits like mangoes and those kind of fruits in season, was something more than snack of recess, of preparing like a sandwich or preparing something, a cake or something to put in your bag of Bix and those things. Yeah,
So what kind of meals that would be given to you all as children preparing for school in those days?
Well, you know that, breakfast was simple. Some people had bread, some people had bananas, some people roasted bananas, some people had something that they call leftovers, like you had food overnight and preserve it in such a way and warm it in the morning. But you would always have a cup of herbal teas or cocoa tea. Milo and Ovaltine was things that were very common at that time, so you would be able to get from the shops or shopping in Roseau. So when it comes to lunch, there was a variety of all grown provisions with fish. Most people had livestock, so there were chickens available all the time. And interestingly about the chicken is that the chickens were free. They were not really in houses. They slept in trees, and they searched the grounds for whatever the ground provided. The worms and so on.
Let's say it straight, worms.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, worms and also snails and whatever it is that was provided in.
But those days we don't see that in the soil.
They are there.
They are there.
They are there. The thing is that we prefer to buy the chicken from the supermarket and so on. So, especially in the countryside, so there were eggs, and people would really cherish their eggs. What is interesting, what I remember, is like when my mother needed to slaughter a chicken, she would just tell us which cock in the yard she wanted to kill, and we would gather neighbors and friends and so on, and we would put chase. We would chase this chicken until we get them tired. The chicken would run and fellas would run after them, and we would do that for a morning session until the chicken became so tired that it would go and hide somewhere. We just go and pick it up and bring it and so on.
So you all would not put in the cat guts and the bread in the rum to allow the fowl to come in and eat that bread and hook the fowl? That was not done?
Yeah, we did that too. We had slingshot catapult also to do that, but I'm telling you, the most fun part of preparing a chicken was to chase it to get it tired, chase it all over the yard and so on. And when it get tired, there's a time when the chicken can't go no further, and it just have to go and duck itself in some bushes and so on. You just go and pick it up because it can't run anymore. That for me was the most exciting one. You have your neighbors, and the neighbors are not far. You just tell them today we go and catch a fowl, and it was done.
J. Joseph says, "Whoa, I'm late. Hi, Saki. That's your other name."
Saka. But Saki
Saka.
Saka.
Right.
Yes, S-A-C-K.
Yeah, well,
Saka. Yes.
Saka boy is I grew up knowing that's my name in Boetica. So if I go to Boetica now, I'll tell you about that name. My mother, before she took one of my cousins as her adopted child. So my older sister or cousin, Alberta, was Alberta Sorrento. She is now in Dalis, but she was Alberta Pascal. And Alberta grew up in the house before me because my mother took her, it's her sister's child, but she took very early, she took charge of that child at her own home. So when I was born, I met Alberta in the house. And Alberta found that the best name that she could look at me, when she looked at me as a, she called me, "Oh, this guy, he looks like a soccer boy." And the soccer boy name stayed for me until today. If people say soccer, it's just because they don't want to go through all the extent of saying boy. But in Boetica, we had all kinds of names of boys. So we had soccer boy, we had sonny boy, we had little boy, we had power boy, we had City Boy. I mean, it was a nice thing to name your little boy, or give him a name and call the boy after. You hear how many I called for you already?
Yes.
I mean, there are still more, you know.
So Trent St. Patrick says that the Alberta is his sister.
Right.
That's what he said. He said, "That's my sister."
Yeah. So I mean, I grew up in a home where I met her as my older sister, but as a sister of, you know, because she's the daughter of my aunt, and we are related both by father and by mother, because Patrick Pascal, who from Maho, who was her father, was also a first cousin of my daddy. So Alberta's mother was my aunt, and her father was a first cousin of my daddy, my cousin.
No, pigs, goats, sheep. You know, what was it like in Boetica?
All of the above. In fact, including my father had cows, and so we produced milk. But sheep, we had goats. Those are things that was part of the whole. Because I grew up on a farm, and I believe that was a privilege. Most people, that is what they use, the subsistence from the ground, from the earth, and so they would make agriculture, crop garden, but also livestock was part of their living. In fact, what we did. What I used to do, I mean, I worked quite a lot, you know, when I was a thing. It's only now that children don't work during school age. In fact, they call it child abuse. But in our days of growing up, you had to help to work with the family. And one of the things that we did, apart from having, we reared pigs to sell the piglets. So we would have our pigs, make young ones, feed them, take care of them, and sell them at a very young age to people who need to raise a pig so that they can have something to kill when Christmas comes. Because this is the tradition of living in the countryside, is that almost every household would have their pig slaughtered for them to pass a Merry Christmas. And so the same thing with the goats and the sheep. You would have that kind of special meat around special times like Easter, and so but in our case, we had all of that: chicken, pigs, goats, sheep, but we also had cattle, and we had milk. And you know, one of the things that was very much admirable about in that family of mine was that my father, when he left Dominica and went to England, he left a cow with my mother. I mean, this is just country life, you know. Nobody would think of doing that in a day of like today, where a man is going to England, but he decides he's not sure when he's coming back, but he's not going to sell his cow or give it away. He leaves it so that his wife can take care of it, and he comes back 4.5 years after and crosses that cow and make that cow multiply and give other people from the cattle, the young ones coming out of that cow, share. He has something called la moitié, that you would give the person the cow, and the cow belongs to you, but every offspring of that cow would be shared half. You understand that, Cecil?
Yes, of course. I mean, I saw that.
Yeah, but Cecil.
Yes.
So when one thinks about the life of the country, the Lakou of Mr. Pascal, Lyoyd, he could be described as a privileged man, you know, growing up, because he said that when his father came from England, his father is a sea captain,
but his father went to England, stayed there for 4.5 years,
right,
and was able to gather some pounds,
and they have a shop,
and had a shop. So life wasn't as difficult, but it was difficult. But it was not as difficult. They have a farm.
You know,
so life was
for him.
So he was fortunate as a person.
So within the Boetica community, one can describe him as a little bit more privileged than. Could I say that, Mr. Pascal?
Of course, you can say what you want.
But hold on, quickly. That Jay Joseph said that she recognized the pool. Is glassy pool.
Glassy pool.
She was able to say that. Antonia, sorry. Doctor is watching, and Pets Williams say, Lyoyd, I watching from New York. Went to school in Saint Sauveur.
Right. Because I know.
We have
my
not even reached that part. No, Cecil.
Tell my cousin Saka boy Marlin say hi.
Right. You no.
Marilyn, of course.
Yeah. But don't
Antigua.
Yes.
But Cecil.
Hold on. Ingrid Ilwa said, yeah, that background is dynamic.
Right.
Absolutely. I like it too, you know.
You like it too?
Yeah.
But hold on, I literally wanted to bring that because I spoke to someone, and every time you speak to someone from La Plaine, that is a proud place that they can speak of, the glassy pool. And tonight you were able to outline to us exactly why it's a proud place for you all in La Plaine. And you said, I did not know that it is in the aspect of tourism, it is number 10 in Dominica.
It is one of the 10. It could be number 1, I don't know, but it's among the top 10.
Yes.
You see, names in the country, and even in Africa, names are symbolic. So when you hear the name of Saka boy, that should ring a bell in your head.
But he was a little boy at the time. He was
Saka,
a little boy,
meaning privilege for me.
Oh, okay.
My interpretation.
Oh, Saka is no. Everybody knows that Saka is privilege.
Saka.
So Saka born first.
Saka boy.
Yeah.
Means that
he has everything going for him.
Did you ever have to go to school with a hole in your bottom?
I remember going to school barefooted, but no, I would not. That would not happen. You know, I had an aunt who was a seamstress, and I would not be allowed to do that. To go, if the hole was there, the pant would be set aside, or a patch would be put in it, and so on.
Fortunate fella. Werner Deja says, Cecil, it's Boetica. That means you're all proud people.
You know, Werner.
Teacher? Is that teacher Werner?
Of course, Werner is my niece.
Yes.
That is the daughter of my father's first child. When I tell you my father had 2 children.
Yes.
Outside of his marriage, before he got married. So Werner's mother, Seraphine, is the first child of my father. And one of the things that my father had set a tradition, that he sent his first daughter to school in Roseau High School when it was not fashionable. People in the countryside were not doing that kind of thing, to work hard and collect money and pay school for their children and this kind of things. You can count on one hand the number of people that left Boetica and went to high school in those days. But my father ensured that the work that he did was for him to ensure that his children were well taken care of in terms of their education. And so in the family of 6 that we had at our home with my mother, 5 of us went to high school. One person decided that high school was not his line, and he was a jack of all trades, including he was a musician, he was a sportsman, he was a farmer, he did everything. There's another thing that I need to tell you about our bringing up, because when once we had that shop, and as I said, the profits of the shop was for our own consumption at home. So, we didn't have to go and do grocery shopping. When, everything that we needed to cook at home and so on, we got them from the shop. But there was a time when the shop was a very lucrative business, because there was a big project taking place in Boetica. That is that bridge where you showed me the gorge there. That perhaps was one of the biggest projects that ever happened in Boetica, in Dominica. So many people came from public works from all over Dominica to do all the heavy equipment and all the works and so on. In that time, around 60, 64, 65, 66, there was an influx of people from almost all over Dominica, including people from St. Lucia, who came to Boetica for work. And, there was interesting mix in the community where we had many children born from that kind of interaction.
So you understand the 150 now? We come to get to understand the 150.
No, the 150, the children that were born there at that time will be beyond that,
Okay.
150 was in my time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about
before.
After that, they built the bridge, and the bridge brought in a new kind of population, new interaction. I mean, I don't know if you understand that, but Dominican ladies, they are generous when it comes to dealing with foreign, like,
out of the community.
Out of the community, they know the fellas in the community too well, so, the fellas come, they have their good vibes, they have their lines, they practice, they talk well, and so on.
Oh, my good English.
A different English.
Ladies are ready.
So Boetica, we had that kind of new influx of surnames that was not. I mean, in Boetica you would talk about Carbon. If you hear Carbon, you just know that person came from Boetica, regardless of where they live in Dominica. Yes. Carbon originated from Boetica. If you hear Saint Jean, you have to know that is from Boetica also. Yes. Don't mind if you hear them in Trafalgar, in Daly, and they came from Boetica. Mm-hmm. If you hear Saint-Ville,
Boetica.
That is Boetica. Don't mind wherever you meet them in Dominica, they originated from the Boetica. One of the interesting thing about that is that there was a time when there was a land tax kind of riot in La Plaine.
Mm-hmm.
And, the La Plaine people promote this thing as, the Pierre Collier riot or uprising and so on, because in Casgary, it was his land, his house, that the soldiers had come to maybe confiscate or arrest him for not paying his taxes and so on. And the people protested because people saw the boat coming from Roseau. It must pass Dalis before it goes to La Plaine. And because it's coming from the south, they go around Scott's Head and take up the coast, Grand Bay, Petit Savannah, until it goes down. Before it gets to La Plaine, it will pass through Boetica. So the Dalis people saw it, and they started mobilizing people from Dalis. They took the people from Boetica with them, and they all went to La Plaine. In all of the ensuing riots and so on there, a lady from Dalis died, called Fifi. She was shot dead right there on the spot. But the person that they arrested was a man from Boetica. Arrested him, put him on the warship, and took him to Roseau, where they locked him up. So, it was a very important southeast effort. It's over. That is where the over people that had been so much isolated from the rest of Dominica because of lack of communication, they found ways for them to unite. They found ways for them to work together. And in that land tax thing, it was a brilliant effort of Southeast coming together. Nowadays, I mean, it's difficult. You don't know what is needed to mobilize people.
So what became of that man now when he was brought to Roseau?
Well, some important people in Roseau, like I think is Gojiro, and so
and it's the same Gojiro that bring Shima over, It's the same Gojiro that bring Shima over. I remember when he was alive, he told me his involvement in bringing the road to La Plaine.
Yeah, so he was a very important figure in that quelling of that thing.
And a loader from Boetica said that she's watching. John Carbon said, Lyoyd, that's a fact. I can't remember the point. Edna Seja said, interesting discussion. Donna is watching. Nice conversation, Mr. Pascal. Andrew Carbon said, Gregor Senville was arrested.
Gregor Senville, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that is where I remember I was making you the point that there are some, interestingly, there are some surnames in Dominica, regardless of where you meet them, they are from Boetica.
And Dr.
Andrew Carbon He's from Boetica.
Yes.
And we are very proud of him that he went to Florida, he studied, and he got himself a PhD. It's a really sense of pride for Boetica people.
Dr. Maffa Joseph says, correct. Fifi died in that battle. Thanks for straightening that up. Ezra Senville says that man fought with the officer and they made him a police officer for his bravery. That is the guy who was arrested?
Gregor Senville.
Gregor Senville.
And interestingly, that story was told to me by Anatole Senville, who is the father of Ezra. You just mentioned Ezra Senville talking there. So that is it. If you go to Boetica today and you make a census, you'll get the highest number of people living there are Senvilles now. Because, they have established that and there are many of them that come from that family who have, like from the daughters of Senville, that don't carry Senville surnames, but they come from the Senville family.
So we can say Pascals, Senville.
No, I try my best not to say Pascal because I know Pascals came from the Rosalie estate and branched out in different parts of Dominica. Our Pascal came from Rivière Syriac, but they originated from Rosalie. So in Grand Fond, the highest population, the highest number of people you will find in population in Grand Fond are Pascals. And then in Marigot, you have Pascals. In Petit Soufrière, you have Pascals. In La Plaine, you have Pascals. In Boetica, in La Ronde, and so on. So Pascals are well spread out, but they originated from, as I tell you, Rosalie.
Rudy Joseph said, thank you for sharing. Didn't know that story. But I remembered of the riot, in the land tax riot in La Plaine. But I have to also say to you, Lyoyd, that I did not know the story like Rudy Joseph. I just want to say thank you for sharing that kind of knowledge to the larger public, because that's the reason for the Lakou, really, to tell people what has happened in the community. Yeah,
no, the thing is, my friend, Dr. Emmanuel Finn, I'm sure he's listening. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I know him.
I'm trying to remember Emmanuel Finn.
Of course, man.
He writes in the papers.
He writes, and he's got two daughters. One of them football for Dominica. Both of them play football for Dominica.
He's in Canada.
He is in America, in Maryland.
America, yes. Yeah.
Very radical.
Or DC. Anyway, he's a very popular guy. He's always around. He manages the La Plaine Gazette on Facebook. He took together with Catherine Allen Flag. But there was a very interesting connection between his family, like his grandmother, Madoudou Emissia David, and his grandfather, Button Allen. So Emissia and Button Allen had one son called Telemac. Telemac was, up to now, he just died recently, maybe last year, Telemac Allen, the father of Reeves and Ricky and Kafrina and so on. And my father and Telemac were so very good friends. I mean, it was, Telemac was the man who introduced a combo bands in La Plaine and in the Southeast. He showed movies all over the place. But also, he introduced some interesting vehicles like trucks. He had a 3-ton truck, higher 1600, and another time he brought another truck, a 5-ton Bedford truck, and both my father, all the fellas said that is the Titanic because they had never seen a truck so big, and they referred to that truck, the 5-ton.
As you're saying that, Lyoyd, Ingrid Ilwa says great history lesson.
Right.
Tina Bell D. Romain says learning something about the riot tonight. Otis Diliu said learning a lot more about Dominica people from this guy. Board writers, Dr. Maffa Joseph says, my material grandmother was Seja from Boetica. Wow. My maternal grandmother was Seja from Boetica.
Let me just say something. It's
Yes.
very interesting, though, that when we hear those stories, for instance, when the first truck came to Marigot, You remember the type of expression people had? Yeah, I shine like a flambeau.
I shine like a flambeau.
And now,
Lloyd says it's like a Titanic. So you might go to say, I shine like a flambeau. And Boetica, you say,
now use Titanic.
Lloyd said it ball what?
He say, Mami, Aloria Combe. The two I shine like a flambeau.
And Boetica said what?
The Titanic.
The Titanic. You know the Titanic have a history of being that big important ship that was sailing across the Atlantic and hit an iceberg and sank, and so many people died. But it was a very, very big cruise ship, steamship.
And Kid Carbon said, learning things I never knew from Boetica. Wow.
Kid is the brother of Andrew, Dr. Andrew Carbon's brother.
Wow, that's interesting.
Very interesting.
You know, Coroner says, Aman Trading said, very interesting program. Lyoyd, so you're really bringing out the information of Boetica.
Historical.
You know, one of the things though, I mentioned earlier that we had a lot of cricket. And without a playing field and so on, we produce some of the best cricketers in Dominica that they never got their chances, their fair chances. But we had, cricketers like Nelson Smith is still around, Toxie. We had people like Lafont. Would you know that Tom Lafont, his mother is from Boetica?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
That's right. He was a Dominican national cricketer and involved in a lot of things. And we had people like Philippe Saint-Ville. We had people like Philippe Saint-Jean. Played for Celtics, but very important cricketer. We had people like Augustin Saint-Jean, who was, very, very good national players. Then we look at where we reached now. We have people like Lyoyd Pascal. Do you know who that person is?
Oh yes, that's your nephew, right?
That's right.
He's the captain of the under-19 West Indies team.
Imagine that. That is Beno's son, and he was the captain of under-19 West Indies. The first time in the history of world cricket that a Dominican was captain of West Indies of any kind, whether if it is women cricket, whether if it is test match, whether if it is 50 over match, one day international or T20. But somebody from Boetica origin took that cap as captain of West Indies.
We can say the first generation in Roseau from Boetica. Because Beno is from Boetica, his child lives in Roseau.
Yeah, but Beno and Maria is from Delhi, so is a nice combination of Southeast. Boetica and Delhi are there. But the thing is though,
and Lyoyd, it's important that we make that note, because some people will not even know that Lyoyd Pascal parents came from the Southeast.
And just as I told you that Charles Pascal was just an all-rounder in that he was a farmer, a shopkeeper, he was a baker also. I need to tell you, part of my life before that program finished, I spent a lot of my life baking with my parents, because the life of upbringing. Did I not mention to you that we had to work, and it was never a problem to do the work just to help your parents in what they're doing to make a living.
Today's child abuse.
And so today is child abuse, and there are all the policemen waiting for you to arrest you if you give the children any kind of work to do. But I worked well. But I just wanted to
say, as you're saying that, we must not forget in the landscape of things that Boetica has produced quite a lot of good people.
Yes.
Dice is from Boetica. Denison Joseph Dice, 10-time monarch of Dominica, he's not maybe from Boetica, he's not his father from Boetica. Is from Boetica. Yes.
Absolutely scary. Absolutely, Cecil, that Dice, Denison Joseph is Boetica, is Roy Joseph and Phyllis Joseph that are his parents, I was telling you, though, about the cricket, that Charles Pascal, my father, apart from being a wood sawyer, a boat captain, He was captain of Boetica cricket at the time when he was a young man.
But hear what Andrew is saying about your father. Charles Pascal was the most articulated man in the village.
But if he's a very articulated man in the village.
That is Dr. Andrew Carbon that talking there,
Yes,
It's not just Andrew Carbon.
I like that.
And Patricia Fountain said we bought a lot of hot bread on our way to school.
Well, Mr. a major man.
So your father was not
easy man.
And the thing is, I'll tell you something about growing up in that thing there. You see, Patricia Fountain is from Lafayette. I mean, Lafayette people, they send their children to school in Boetica. What was interesting about Lafayette and La Ronde, those two areas are between Lapland and Boetica. So you have Lafayette, you have La Ronde, and you have Casgory. These three communities were communities occupied by French,
yes.
Martinican people that moved to Dominica and settled in estates on lands there.
That's after Montpellier? After the eruption of Montpellier?
No, it was throughout history. But yes,
okay.
After that, but these people, there was a time when France was ruling Dominica. And therefore, it was okay for French people to be settled in Dominica. So you have the families, especially in Lafayette. You had Vigilant family. And Vigilant, one of those Vigilants was from Boetica, and he got married to an aunt of mine. Then you have the Girondels. They were also French. I mean, just listen to the names, the pronouncement of their surnames. Then you had Larons. Then you had Barrys. So, when you hear about François Barry from Carib territory and so on there. François Barry, his parents and his people from La Ronde, from Lafayette. You understand?
Yes, because just check the complexion.
Yeah.
So red
these are
people.
But the thing is, we grew up with these people. The interesting thing, we hear all this world talk about racism, about white people, white supremacy, and so on. The thing about growing up together with these people, side by side with these people, some of them went to school with us in Boetica, is that these were the most kind-hearted, loving kind of people. Some of them, not all of them, had the best of education because they stayed in the confines of their estates and so on. But to say like there was a racism of white against black in that kind of situation, we never knew that kind of thing.
Someone just said, Esther Thomas said, there are a lot of history of Dominica that was never taught to us in school. Thanks, Cecil. It's never too late to learn. Joseph Carbon said that something to note, La Paris farm produce is a Saint-Ville family business, a Boetica product.
And imagine, the name of the place is La Paris.
Yeah.
La Paris, Paris.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, La Paris
But
farm.
right there in Boetica, we have a place called La Paris.
La Paris.
No, but Cecil.
And hold on before someone said that Billy Doctruve is from Lafayette. Billy Doctruve.
Yeah, Billy's mother is from
Lafayette.
Yeah. Donald Douglas said the bread was the best, and also my mother owned, because my mom was a baker, great history. Kid Carbon said, the Carbon came from Martinique. This was during the French War. Francis Cameron says, what do you know about the Camerons?
French.
Someone wants to know about the Camerons.
Well, there was one lady from Boetica who was living in, she lived in Kennedy Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy Avenue, and she was married to a Cameron.
Yes.
That was a heavy-duty operator of something at Public Works.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So she was from Boetica, Saint-Jean, the Saint-Jean family. Remember I told you that Saint-Jeans are from Boetica?
Yes.
So, that was the sister of, I don't know if you remember Wiley. You don't know? You know Butcher and these fellas?
Yes.
Okay, so all of these people are Boetica people. So that's
Butcher the police?
Butcher the police.
Yes.
His father is Wiley from Boetica. Butcher's mother is from Cassibruce, but his father definitely a Saint-Jean from Boetica. So that's why I tell you, don't mind where you meet a Saint Jean in Dominica, just trace the origin back to Boetica. And so that is the Cambran I know. So there was a police officer.
Yes, Miss Cambran.
Yes, she's Cambran.
Miss Cambran.
Yeah.
Yes. Then there was another one that worked at the BMC, another Cambran. And I know they had their brother, they had Clay and so on there. Those Cambrans I know.
Angel.
Yeah, their mother was from Boetica.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, someone says, Francis Cambran says, I'm a Cambran in Canada now. Irish, Inzo Irish said, I am listening. Father's Day greetings to you all. Someone says, Otis again says, we need guys like these to write history books about Dominica, hard work, productive people, humble beginning, a good reader to enlighten the young people today. Lyoyd Pascal says, just do you guys know this guy here is a great historian. We speak several times a day and he amazed me all the time. He knows so much. I don't want to say the rest.
Right.
She said that you are this smart.
Yeah, you can.
Kendall Barry from Boetica. He says good information and history. Mr. Lyoyd Pascal, always a humble man. Joseph Carbon is going fast. He's from France and the Netherlands. So the Carbon is from France and the Netherlands.
Okay.
All right. Harvey Seja, Kendall Barry is watching. Thaddeus Jim says serious information. J. Joseph says, I always love listening to Mr. Pascal. Ingrid Ilwa says, Boetica history should be written. And Earl Hamilton says, listening from St. Martin. So you're giving some real good information about Boetica.
Yeah, man. You know, Boetica had some, you heard about the Sorendos?
Yes.
The Sorendos also came from the French West Indies, French Martinique. Because so my grandfather, Roper Joseph, started talking to me about who owned the lands in Boetica and so on, and he started mentioning about Sowen. So people in Boetica know that Sowen used to be an owner of lands in Boetica. And I'm asking him, who is Sowen? He's telling me it's the same Sorendo.
Sorendo. So French is Sowen.
Sowen.
It's French. Sowen is French. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the father of the Sorendos was a principal. And I think he was sent to Vickers.
Yeah. Well,
as a matter of fact, if my mother is listening, she will tell you that she got a real cut A from Mr. Sorendo. And to this present day, the mark is still on her body.
The thing is, Clive Sorendo left Daly's and went to Vickers.
Yes.
But these people were like, privileged people, high collar people, and so on. They had a lot of wealth, property. In Dalis itself, you had the Sorendos, you had Larons. So there was Laronde in Laronde. There was Laronde in Lafayette. There was Laronde in Dalis. There was Laronde in Atkinson. But all of them is the same French connection. And I was telling you about Sowen. That's there are still parts in Boetica. It might be difficult to go and find it, but I knew where it used to be, where they had cobblestones, paved roads, so that between the shop where Raymond Joseph has his shop to go to where David Lando has his place, this piece of road was paved with cobblestone. Someone
want to find out. Marvelyn Breedy said that there are Sorendos in Portsmouth. Wonder if they are any relations. Sean Douglas says, good night, guys. I'm locked in. I can't wait to hear from Lyoyd and his short stint as Minister of Agriculture. His recollection of events to Dominica vote at the IWC meeting in Australia and more. Joseph Carbon says, Lyoyd, great stuff. We have history together as young people. You have it, Lyoyd.
Absolutely. I want to say good night to Joseph, especially because, these are the guys who I was surrounded by them, and we did a lot in terms of our youth in Boetica. We had a youth group in Boetica called the Kaku Cafe, and I was the president of Kaku Cafe. If you ask me what is Kaku Cafe, I will tell you, if you know a hermit crab, is a little round shell, and there is a crab inside it that it hides. It is shy. When you disturb it, it goes into its shell, and then when it is free, it comes out. But there was a time when in the village of Boetica, we were growing up, and we felt that not enough was being done to call on the young people to come up and stand up to take responsibility for village improvement, youth in activities, and so on. And you know, what we used to do was to always go up. Like you finish, do your whatever you had to do for the day. One of the interesting things about that is before you get to the streets where your friends are, you have to take a bath in a still. So the best warm water bath in the world is to bathe in a still. The still is where bay oil is being produced. So while the process of producing the bay oil, you have to boil from a pot water that passes through the bay leaves and causes a steam between the water and the essence of the aroma of the bay oil. And then it is brought into a bath of water where it, in a coil, where it condenses and goes down into a separator where they separate the bay oil. So oil from water. And in that thing of that production of thing, the heat coming from the pipe that in the coil of that back of water is producing a back of hot water. And there is nothing better. There is no electricity. There is no solar. There is nothing better than having a bath in the afternoon of that kind of warm water. And then when you finish, refreshed and young again and so on, you go up to the village where you meet the friends. We would sit on a stone somewhere and we would talk whole night. And the whole village would hear us because everybody was trying to make their point, and fellas were shouting, fellas were making good argument and so on. And then we decided that we must form an organization, form a youth group, and we set up Lakou Cafe. So Lakou Cafe is that you take the hermit crab and you hold it, and you think if you say Lakou Cafe enough, it will come out of its shell. So you will take the hermit crab and look at it and say Lakou Cafe, Lakou Cafe, Lakou Cafe. And you know, interestingly, that word Lakou Cafe came from this kind of discussions. One of the people that was part of the discussion was Hartwell. Pascal Carbon Hartwell, deceased, told us, he told me, we were in a discussion, he said, to call the people from Boetica out, the young people, so that they can come out and get involved in the kind of things. We wanted recreation for us to play. We wanted to involve and so on in the people. I remember we contested a village council election and we won, in Boetica. And, the day we were counting the votes and so on, the number of drums and the number of young people that we brought there to just ensure that we beat the other people that were contesting against us for us to take over the village council. And Joseph Carbon was one of the people, very prominent in our youth group at that time. When I left Boetica, and I came to Roseau for high school, I would have to mix with the people from Boetica that I knew. And quite a number of times I would find myself with Joseph Carbon. So we were good boys in Boetica, good boys in Roseau, and so on. I mean, circumstances caused that people separate and so on, but we had a very interesting, important childhood where we played our cricket, we played our police volley, and so on, and we grew up. We got the youth group established. In fact, we were part of National Youth Council. That is why I myself served on the Committee for National Salvation representing the National Youth Council. So, it's all of that thing is through the work or the collaboration and work with people like Brother Francis Emmanuel, people like Joseph Carbon, people like that. These were our people, my buddies that helped me through and so on with our organization. And that's why I'm saying a special good night to Joseph Carbon there.
All right. Zaza, he said, I am from Boetica and I grew up there. Tabi Barry was my grandmother, locked in listening.
Yeah, TAB.
TAB.
Yeah. So we're talking about now we're talking about the Barry family in Boetica now. This Barry family is the same Barry family from Larond the same Barry family from what do you call it? La Fonchette. These people, some of them were white with green eyes, but they were just so nice, so friendly. So Dudu Barry, who is the grandfather of the person who just mentioned
Zaza.
So her grandfather, no, her great grandfather was Dudu Barry. Dudu Barry was one of those Barrys that he moved to. I think he was the only Barry that came to Boetica. But also you had the people from La Fonchette, like Alulu, and these are Barrys also from Clive Barry. Were from thing, and then you had Barrys in Laron. So I mean, this is a nice place, a part of Dominica. There is a book written by Dr. Thompson Fontaine about the slave revolts and so on, and that gives a very good account of the various estates that were run by the French people, because Rosalie is the place where one of the biggest slave revolts happened with Jacko. Not Jacko, no, Bala. Bala was living in the heights of Grandfond and would come down and raid that plantation of Rosalie and so on. There was an arrangement that they had to have a whole national takeover of all of these various estates, and it failed. But Bala was a very prominent person in the leader of the camp of Negmaons, runaway slaves that destroyed at one time the Rosalie estate and captured all kinds of things in that thing there. So we're talking about the connection of our French neighbors that were part of our people, and there was never an issue about racism of white people having superior control over black people in that thing. There were very good relationship between blacks and whites in that area we grew up. So we grew up in a situation where we did not know that kind of racism.
No, I just want to say quickly that Geoffrey Lyndon Graham is watching, and also Curtis Grail is also watching. Now, Mary Carbon said that global warming Boetica is the most peaceful place in Dominica. Big up to Pascal. You are our mentor. Benga. What's that about? You also called Benga?
Benga, no.
Okay, I don't know why the person used the word Benga. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, Cecil, why is it that when we were in Goodwill, they always say these people from La Plaine, Délices, La Roche, they call them Pigeon. Now I understand the connection between the interrelationship between the blacks and the French whites in the whole farming community along the east. Is that true, Mr. Pascal? Is that true?
Pigeon?
Yeah, the Pigeon. They call them Pigeon.
I don't know. I had a friend from Délices, Hile. He's now in Canada. We used to call him Pigeon. He was playing music. He was playing music with my brother Beno and so on. But apart from that, I was not aware that these people were referred to as Pigeon.
You were in Roseau.
But I can tell you, I mean, when we're talking about the isolation of the people of Dominica, these French people were even more isolated, because subsequently, after French made way and British took over, there was a lot of hostility between the French citizens and the British rule in Dominica. That is why, in a lot of circumstances, the Negmaon got a lot of support from the French nationals living in the southeast in that area.
No, Lloydie, you're already 105 persons actually looking on my Facebook page. So I can imagine persons who have shared that information or shared that program tonight. There's much more. At the end, I'm sure we're going to have over 5,000 people who have looked at your program tonight. So great information. I want to say thank you, because a lot of information about the Boetica side is lost in our history books, and here it is that you are bringing it out for us, and that is of great importance. But you know what? You had to leave Boetica. When was your first time coming to Roseau?
Well, before coming to Roseau, I left Boetica in 1968 to go to Saint-Sauveur. In 1968, I sat the common entrance exam. That common entrance was, La Plaine was the center, so people from Delis, Boetica and La Plaine would go to La Plaine and write the common entrance examination. 1968, and I passed the exam. And but that same 1968, there was a head teacher in Boetica called Adrian Eustache from Cassibros, who in 1968 was transferred to Saint-Sauveur. He was a very good friend of my daddy.
Just hold that thought. I just want to read that. I think it's important. Angelo Allen says that he's watching. What I really want to say is that Francis Cameron said, "That's the best Father's Day night I ever had." That's amazing. I had to stop it just to make you know that.
Wow, that's cool.
That's amazing.
So my story is that.
I'm sorry. Another person, Asquith Pinard, said that watching from St. Martin, my grandfather came from Boetica. He was living in St. Joseph. He was a carbon. So go ahead.
One of the other families I forgot to mention that came from Boetica is Lando, Cecil.
Lando, yes.
Wherever you see Lando, that is spelled Languedoc.
Mm-hmm.
These are Boetica people. Don't mind where you meet them in Dominica. Point Michel, St. Joseph, Salisbury, and so on. They are originally from Boetica.
Wow.
The Landos.
So Carlton Lando.
Of course, Carlton Lando is the grandson of Bright Lando. Bright Lando is definitely Boetica people that went to St. Joseph.
I remember that guy in St. Joseph. He was representing the Labour Party. Sorry, I remember that guy in St. Joseph.
Mr.
Lando. He was a police officer himself. His family was from Boetica.
Of course.
Representing
that Lando who was in the politics.
Yes.
In Labour Party or something like that.
Yes, Labour Party in 1975.
He was a policeman.
Yes, correct.
Yes, he is the father of Carlton, isn't it?
Yes, he's the father of Carlton Lando.
Oh, yes.
But that same Lando's father, I'm telling you, is Bright, who came from Boetica. So he's the brother of Henry Lando and Vincent Lando, son Lando. So son children are all over. There are two bus drivers. One driving the Kings Hill Lane, that is son's son, Lando. There's another one that is in the tourism thing and so on, Joseph Lando. These people are connected to Carlton Lando by blood family. Boetica people that left Boetica, in those times, Cecil, you had to leave Boetica and find a way to make a living. Mm-hmm. You have to go to either, fellas went to Salisbury. So many of them went to Salisbury to work because Salisbury was always a highly productive agricultural community, and people went there and found work in the banana plantations and so on there. But other fellas went to St. Joseph. So If I for the sake of the Lando family, I just wanted to mention that they are originally from Boetica too. Like you hear Carbon, you hear Saint-Ville,
Someone asked you where the Ely came from.
Ely is right there, La Plaine and Boetica. I cannot put my finger if it is Boetica or La Plaine, but right there they are from also.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, so you're talking about you now
live in Boetica.
You now live in Boetica for the first time.
Yeah.
68.
So 1968, I passed the common entrance, and your co-host will understand what I'm talking about there. So I am 12 years. I'm not yet 12 years. I'm 11 years, going to 12 years, and I passed the common entrance in 1968. And somebody encouraged my father, do not send the boy to school. I got all the documents from the Dominica Grammar School for me to enroll and for me to start high school in September of 1968. But my father was persuaded otherwise not to send me to school because I have another chance at common entrance. And this time, in the second chance, I will get a scholarship so he would not have to spend any money to send me to school. So here am I. I mean, I follow in instructions. It's not a matter of I making decisions. My father is persuaded that he will take his chances. Do not send me to school. Not that he could not afford, but he was encouraged, persuaded that leave the boy for the next time. He'll get a scholarship for you. And so the head teacher who was being transferred told my father he wants to be the mentor of that guy so that he can get that scholarship. So let him take me along with him on his way to Saint-Sauveur. And so instead of going to grammar school, I went to Saint-Sauveur in pursuit of my second chance at the common entrance examination. That is the year 1969. And you know, Cecil, lo and behold, I went to Cassibros to sit that exam, and when the results came, my name did not appear on the list.
So hold on, you're telling me that you left Boetica, went to school in Saint-Sauveur,
And your name...
and you sat
Don't laugh, no man. What you laughing, no brain? I don't like your wisdom.
and you failed?
But I cannot understand.
And you failed?
I failed.
But I cannot understand that. Man.
Miserably, my name did not appear on the list. That is the bargain, that is the gamble, that is the story of my life. That I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
That was a tragedy of my life.
Man.
And I looked at it. My younger sister, Lillian, sat the exam the next year because she was doing it her first time. Another person who sat that exam, I think, was Sylvia. She was Carbon at the time. Now she is Robinson.
Yes.
That's Rosa's sister
I know.
I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
These
yes.
two-
That's what I was looking at, Cape and Wireless.
That's right. Mm-hmm. These two people went to sit the common entrance in 1969 and they passed. And me, that had passed in 1968,
Your name not there.
I failed in 1969. And at the end of the school year of 1969, I returned to Boetica. Can you imagine? I am back in Boetica and I am going to be sitting in a class with people that were doing a program that I had done already. Remember, I sat common entrance twice, so I was not yet time. It was not yet time for me to leave school. You leave school at 15 years.
Yes.
You know, I'm 12, and I have to stay in the school. And I stayed in Boetica school for 2 years.
Wow, 14 years now.
Wow.
For 2 years, I stayed in Boetica school as a pupil teacher. You know, as a pupil teacher,
You teaching now.
other classes
Yes.
in the school, that when the teachers do come, I have to go and teach them. Because the lessons that are being taught in the people in standard 7 and so on, they have been through that over and over again. I don't need that anymore. I spent 2 years wasting time in Boetica, no money, pupil teacher. Until 1970?
What?
1971.
It's 3 years.
3 years.
1971, the Catholic...
Sorry. Someone said too that don't forget that Julius Timothy's mother was from Boetica, from the Pascal family.
Absolutely, Mary St. Pascal. Julius Timothy, yeah. That's why, so I'm telling you that in 1971, after I lost all my chances and waste all my time, I'm going to school because what else I can do? I mean, I lost my chance. I'm sitting there. Maybe if I continue to stay there, I can get a little job as a teacher.
And she may poko with it over.
She may poko with over. No, but in that time, yeah. Yeah, because in 1966 they built the bridge, so by that time,
Yeah.
you know, so 1971, I'm telling you, because the truck that took the the belongings of that head teacher, came to Boetica to collect those things and drove off on all the way to Cassibro Saint-Sauveur. So the road was there already. The point is that in 1971, you know, I'm in Boetica, wasting time. You know, I'm involved in Catholic community. I'm in the choir. The Catholic Church acquired some land, or they got a donation from Mr. Ralph Gist, a donation of a piece of land to build a church or chapel. So I'm in there working with this old men and so on, older men. You know what's a cabwit, Cecil?
Of course.
In construction.
Yes, you're so really working hard then.
You're working hard, man.
Cabwit, you're really working hard.
Because you have to dig the foundation, and when you collect soil enough, you have to have a kind of grader kind of thing to push that soil away so that you can flatten the land. And you must do that with a cabwit.
That's the church?
The church you see there.
No, look at it right in front of you.
Absolutely, yeah.
You have a cabwit?
No, the thing is, it was what we're talking about there. This area was just below the school where we had breadfruit trees, a few breadfruit trees and stones and rocks, and we had to flatten this area in order to build. And that is a second church, you know, because remember Hurricane David had flattened the church that we built.
But that's the area.
But that's the area. They built it the same thing, the same design, the same everything. So I'm here. I am in choir. You know, I sing all the hymns and so on. There was a time when I was even helping, serving on the altar with the priests and so on. I have nothing to do. I'm there at my mother home and so on. I can't go to high school. So, and then there was a link from the Catholic Church. The link is given like the week who giving masses, you know, so the mass on Monday will be for Hartley Adams, another one on Tuesday for Cecil and so on. And then there's another section in that link where they have, you know, current affairs, and they're announcing that the St. Mary's Academy will be having an exam for new entrants, you know, on such and such a day. But everybody going to take that exam must get their birth certificates from the presbytery, from the church, so that they can go to the Roseau and do the exam. And I felt, wow, but that's my opportunity for me to get into a high school, because that is the last chance. I'm going to be 15 in September. The same September of 1971, I'll be 15 years. So it was like, what? It was like maybe April, May, I don't know. I can't remember exactly the month, but the announcement came. When I read this thing, I mobilized every young man of the men in Boetica and told them, let us go to La Plaine to get our birth certificates from presbytery so that we can go to Roseau and do that exam. Because while I was in Saint-Sauveur in 1968, I knew that guys from Saint-Sauveur had done that kind of thing to enter the St. Mary's Academy. So those who did not get a chance to enter high school from the scholarship program would get a chance to enter high school as an older boy, you know, entering 15 years. So here am I, mobilizing everybody. Fellas, let's go. Let's go and get our birth certificate, because there's an exam on Friday and we must be part of that. And I went to that sitting. In fact, my sister, Lillian, who is in New York now, she's the one who took me from Hillsborough Street, because she was living at the home of Mary St. Pascal. I can't remember if Mary St. was married and she had another surname, but I know from Boetica roots and so on that she was Pascal. And brought me, we went down across from Hillsborough Street into Queen Mary Street in Lago, and climb the hill and go up Montfidel and get into the St. Mary's Academy. I don't know.
First time to Roseau.
I don't know where St. Mary's Academy is, so my little sister have to be bringing me to show me where I go in and do that exam. But good for
That's
me.
the sister that passed the common entrance a few years before.
That is it. So she was there already in the school, and I was not. I think it was not the same year, but maybe a year after. Anyway, she showed me where St. Mary's Academy is. I did the exam. We had a lot of fellas went to do that exam, I can tell you, from all over Dominica. And in fact, they had to do it in 2 sittings. One group came in the morning, did the exam, and another group. When the results came, if you want, you can believe me that a gentleman who is the Secretary General or the General Secretary of the Public Service Union passed number 1 in the group of fellows.
You're talking about Mr. Lita?
Mr. Thomas Later passed that exam number 1 in the entire island when the list came out. And I, the soccer boy from Boetica, came number 7 out of that list. Of maybe over 100 fellows had that exam. We went into first form. There were 2 people from Boetica that passed. I mean, maybe 10 fellows went, but myself and Roy. I don't know if you know Lyoyd Pascal. Stock farm, police officer, retired.
Yes, retired police officer, Roy, yes.
Roy spent a lot of time
Slim Roy.
in the immigration department. Anyway, Roy is my auntie's child. We are first cousins. We are 1 month difference. He was born on the 11th of August and I was born on the 11th of September. So you can imagine that is my childhood friend, like a brother, all the way up to, we went to sit the St. Mary's Academy exam together and both of us passed. And our first year at St. Mary's Academy, we sat on the same desk. We sat on the same desk in the second year, I think also. We moved to second form. But interestingly, in the very early months of 1972, we're still in first form. There was this important historical riot of St. Mary's Academy where a black student from Granby was kicked by a Christian brother.
Before you go into that, I want to know what was your impression when you first came to Roseau?
Well, you know, it was not first in that thing there, except because I had been to Roseau a few times with my mother. Like every time my father sent a little money and so on, and it was Christmas time and so on, you know, my mother would bring me down and buy a little tennis shoe for me and buy some toys and so on. So I couldn't say that coming to Roseau for that exam was the first time. But when it comes to knowing where St. Mary's Academy is and where streets and so on, I didn't know that. Because the most I knew was to get to the town with my mother, go to the various shop where she would bring me, and make sure you get back to where the bus or the truck was staying, just in the area where Macmillan gas station is there. You know that that area there is very close to the market, because the Dublin market is just a little lower down. And so those are the areas I knew. I knew the market very well because, you know, but to say like I knew Roseau. But anyway, Roseau, you know, I don't know. I don't really want to criticize, so I'll try my best to. But up to now, I'm not really impressed, you know, about the changes that have happened in Roseau from that time when I came down for school in 1971 to see what it has come today and so on. It's not encouraging.
So from there now, you are in first form. You went to second form. You talk about 1972 and its riot.
Yeah. So in first form, there is a big thing about the student. Remember the student council in the St. Mary's Academy that led the march. You know, they mobilized, they call upon the students and so on. Let us go, and they went. They arranged for them to go to meet the government people in the government headquarters on Kennedy Avenue. So that was a big historical thing in Dominica, because since 1972, racism, Rosie Douglas was fighting deportation, or at that time, I don't know if he had already been to prison and so on, but that was what was the thing. There, Rosie was arrested after what happened to him in 1969. So 1971, we know there is a brother, Rosie Douglas, in Canada that fighting against white supremacy and so on. And here we are, black power is entrenched in Dominica. Fellas have ideas and they don't really want to take nonsense from white people anymore. And fellas decided that if a brother, I think is Callahan, that was the name of the brother, you know, that did that kick in there, of a gentleman by the name of Leroy Gregoire from Granby. And that was the last straw that broke the camel's back. And the school was closed. The school was closed from maybe April, May, until the school was reopened in September. So imagine you come to school, your first little outing to come to Roseau, you come to school and the school closed and you have to go back to Boetica and just sit down there looking for a way out until they reopen the school in September for the September school year. That is the time when Father Felix, His Eminence, Cardinal Felix, they just buried him, or his body arrived in Dominica yesterday.
Yes, yesterday.
So let his soul rest in peace. That is the gentleman that reopened the school after the overthrow of the white brothers that were controlling the school from Canada, I think they were, some of them, yeah. So that is my re-entry into high school, because I always knew that I would have to go to high school. My father had brought some books from England, some real deep books on English grammar, on encyclopedias, dictionaries, and so on. And it could not be that I was coming from that home and not getting an opportunity to go to a high school and so on. So I fought, and my prayers came true. I had always told my people that my sister, I was glad for her that she got a chance, but I was not really jealous in any way that she went to school before me, because I knew my own potential, that I would get there one day.
Now, Cynthia Thomas said Cecil Sir Hartley Adams can relate to a similar story. He actually went to register a few students to attend high school. It is a long story. God bless your heart, Sir Adams. At this, Cynthia recognized that. No. So you came back to school, Lyoyd, in 1973, 72?
72, September 72. Back to school.
Right. So you continue from second form going up. Give us the rest of your involvement. Now your father is in Boetica, your mom is in Boetica, yourself and your sister, both of you are in school.
Two of us going to school in Roseau. But going to school in Roseau for me was just every. Can you excuse me, dear Cecil?
We are speaking to Lyoyd. A very good story.
Very interesting story. But now, Cecil, whilst he getting himself together, then you have the Cardinal now as principal of the St. Mary's Academy. That's Kelvin Felix?
Yes, Kelvin Felix. So yes, Lyoyd, you're telling us about your continuation.
So I was telling you that for me, school was just, you had to find a place to live in Roseau. Yeah, there was no business of going up every day and taking the bus, and like how it is today, that some of the students, they never lived in Roseau. Some of the people from Boetica, Lapley and so on, they just come to school and they are being driven back home every day. In our case, you had to find a house for boarding and lodging. And there were many people in Roseau that catered for that kind of thing for students that were coming from all over Dominica. And so my first place where I stayed in Roseau was at the home of Mary Saint on Hillsborough Street. But it happened that every year I had to change. So when September comes and the person where I was staying would put up or jack up on the money, we used to have every Monday we would come down to Roseau on Mondays and go back up to the country on Fridays, regardless of what happened, rain or sun or hurricane. You would have to go back to country, because country there was work to be done. At that time, shop was not really lucrative anymore. Fellows were taking credit and not paying, and the shop cooled in a way. And my mother and father decided that shop business, they must find a way to make money so that they can send us to school. And they decided to go into baking, but baking without a bakery. And therefore, you had to walk from, and we baked in all different bakeries that were in the area. So we started in La Plaine, all the way in Balizier up there. We baked in various bakeries, maybe two of them inside La Plaine. And then we went to La Ronde by Chalino. We had Eoule in La Plaine. We had Bellot. We went to Boetica itself. We went to La Ronde. We went to Delis. We went to La Roche. All of these places there we baked before we built our own bakery. So that every weekend I was on a truck after school going up to Boetica because I had to participate in that thing. In fact, my work was to knead. After carrying whatever we had to carry from Boetica from home to get into the bakery, I had to do all the kneading of the half a bag of flour. And when the bread was baked, because my mother would cut them and roll them and put them into size, my father would take care of the fire, and I myself would have to do all the kneading. And when we did that thing, when the bread was ready, we had to carry this basket of bread from Boetica, from La Plaine, from there to bring it back to Boetica. But so at school, I did the minimum. I went to school, I did my homework, and I was ready to go back up on Friday every week. But I joined the cadet corps because I always felt, that the discipline, uniform, drills, and those things was a thing that I liked. I had liked the drilling for National Day. It was in 1967 we got universal. We got how we call it, brain. Associated statehood. So in associated statehood, you have to salute the flag and you have to march on National Day and do those things. And I like those kind of things. I like the drilling. Attention, right turn, left turn. I was a scout. When CILO started a scout troop in Boetica, I joined. That thing didn't last long. And my good friend Stephanos Carbon, you maybe know that name, Cecil, because he's an elder in the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
I know Brother Carbon. We call him Brother Carbon.
Carbon.
He's Thomas.
Yeah, he's Thomas, man.
He lives up
Silver Lake.
Silver Lake. Man,
yes.
Big aid, man.
Yeah, that's my brother elder in the church.
This gentleman started a scout troop in Boetica, and can you imagine? I mean,
hold on, Brother Carbon started a scout. Not Pathfinder, you sure it's not Pathfinder?
No, scout.
Okay, go ahead.
That is before he became a 7 days, Cecil.
Okay,
you were going too far.
Yes.
Yeah, and I always had a kind of inclination for that kind of thing, of this uniform and discipline and drills and so on. I'd like that kind of life, so I made another attempt with Carbon. Didn't last long, but I remember going to Bois Bellevue and getting a pole 6 feet or longer, and with marking it with all of these feet and inches and so on. So we did those things, and then I came to Roseau, and there is the cadet corps in the secondary schools, and it was easy for me to join the cadet corps. I take pride in having been at a training in the shooting range of the Londonderry camp. Going to that camp was something very, very important for me, to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go and take
the boot camp. The boot camp.
It's not a boot camp, It was just a training session, but there was a training of young men at Londonderry. How do you call it? Quite a number of young men from around Dominica went to that thing. They got all their training in animal husbandry, in agriculture, and so on. With Earl
Johnson.
Earl Johnson was in charge of the school at that time. But we took a weekend for us to go on the range for shooting, to practice rifle drills and so on, and shooting. And I felt as though that was good, in war business and so on. You have to learn.
So here goes Lyoyd, the idea of police de volley, that you wanted to be a police. So you see what the yard did for you? Wanted to be a police.
Exactly. And then I reached my point where I am a cadet, and I reached a point where I am in the gardens under the tutelage or training of Mr. Simon George of Lyoyd Pascal, training us in weaponry and management and use of weapon and dragging ourselves on our belly and how to think. We had 303 rifles that we used to use from the police force. So when National Day, that was the only time I would stay in Roseau for a weekend, was the march for National Day parade, when we had obviously we had to stay and do the Independence Parade of uniform groups and hold your 303 on your shoulder. I remember one day, it was Remembrance Day, so just the Sunday after Independence, you have Remembrance Day to remember, everybody were in their pulpit to remember people who died in the various world wars. They have the cenotaph right by Domlek there and so on. And I mean, those times, fellas in uniform used to faint. I remember one of my friends, he is deceased now, Lyoyd Pascal from Lyoyd Civic. The guy fainted and fell on me.
Former employee of It Bank.
He fell on you?
He fell on me.
He was at the center.
Everybody stand at attention there, and next thing the man faint and fall on me. Anyway, for me, that kind of life, I enjoyed that kind of thing, but there was always there was an exception. That exception was 3rd November, Independence Day. The rest of the years of school, of the 5 years I went to school, I was present every Saturday. I would go up on Friday night and be sure to be present on Saturday to assist my parents with the baking scene, because at that time, even after that, my two siblings, both Yvette and David, went to high school. So, when once myself and Lillian completed school, my parents continued. In that time, they built their own bakery in Boetica to make sure. I can tell you, for the people of Boetica who remember, that these people, they baked a very tasty bread that people of Boetica will always remember. But competition came when people started having bakeries and with vehicles, so they would come right about the time when our bread was about to be baked and so on. They would roll their vehicles and stop by the road and blow their horns, and people would just decide, if the bread reach already, best you buy. So they cut our sales to the point where, I mean, you had to be less and less. It was competition. But that was interesting in the life.
Someone said that Jefferson Carbon, he said that the Londonderry thing was called the youth camp.
Youth camp, yeah, absolutely.
Youth camp,
Thank you.
And Jefferson Carbon also said that he brought a lot of bread from your parents.
Yeah, the village was supplied with very good quality bread, very good quality.
So now, Lyoyd, finish high school. What next did you do?
So, finishing high school for Miss Cecile, 1976 was my last year at high school. But in that last year, as I told you, I moved from house to house. Almost every year I had to change house. So I was in Hillsborough Street. I was in Leblanc Lane. I was in Hanover Street. I was in Cornwall Street, and then I got myself at the foot of Federation Drive at the home of Hilarion Deja on my last year at school.
Lucky you, boy.
Deja, the radical.
Lucky you.
Black Power activists.
But then that is where the thing changed for me, and I only went there because of having a level of consciousness about the Black Power. Because from the time I put my foot in Roseau, I started going to the Dublin market every Monday night.
Just hold that thought. You're what? A guy who I think would have gone to school with you, Rennick Thomas. He said, real activist and professor of history, he always attract a group of students on the balcony to have discussion on black and white generation.
Yes.
Yeah, Rennick Thomas, Kelvin Thomas,
yes,
and boys and so on.
Yeah.
Rennick was in a lower year than me, but he was always somebody that, you know, looked up to, greeting me and saying hi to me. And I think it was his mother who used to sell or supply books and so on at recess for us in school. So very good friend, very so that is it, that I had already been like spoilt in that kind of thing, because at one time every Monday night there were discussions and lessons at the Dublin market by the guys of the movement for New Dominica, the same Black Power conscious people. And there was a group of Dominicans who had returned from universities in North America, and they were well spoken, they were articulate, they had their accents and so on. And the thing is, when you are at that age, at that level, you come from the country, you have your little shyness in you. You just go there and listen to guys.
So guys like Julian Johnson,
and
Ron Green,
yes,
Para
Revere, you know,
Brian Allen.
Brian Allen was not always at those meetings, but he was always a solicitor that would, if fellas would get themselves in trouble, he was the first person that they would call for a lawyer to bail fellas that were arrested. Brian Allen was part of the whole thing, you know, but not go into the discussions at the Dublin market.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is the time when I met with Hilarion. It's going into that kind of activity on Mondays. So by the time I reached fifth form, I already known quite a number of those fellas. I will tell you also that in one of those years, when I told you about I lived on Hanover Street, I lived at the home of Adele. Adele is the mother of, she worked at the grammar school in at that time. She's the mother of Dr. Donald Peters, the mother of Claude Bellot, the mother of Derek Bellot. And remember, Derek Bellot was one of the guys in the St. Mary's Academy, Roy Mason. These guys were some of the most important frontline proponents of Black Power, right there in the St. Mary's Academy.
Buddy Shillingford, Burdock
Shillingford, and so on. So I mean, the whole movement of Four Corners. Four Corners was a kind of university of where
radicals,
discussions of the radical, and when you are in Roseau, you either stay in your place where you live, or you go out and find something important to do. And that something was you either in Four Corners, or you either go to the Dublin market on Mondays and so on. And the other times I used to visit my Boetica people in Roseau. So quite a number of my friends, Philip Vital, Marco was Richard Abraham, and most of the fellas like the Smith brothers in Pottersville, you know, Ched, Richard Smith and Richardson Smith, you know, and Joseph Carbon also was
someone by the name of Wendell Dillon says, "Comrade."
Hey, comrade.
What does that mean?
Comrades.
Yeah, man.
Them comrades and them boys.
So the thing is, apart from all of that, Cecil, apart from all of that time I am in Roseau in that business of Black Power, just because, you know, you couldn't avoid it. You in the St. Mary's Academy, you know about it. You know, Granby in 1974 with UNICEF and so on. You know about it because Granby guys come to school every day and they tell you what happened yesterday, what happened before, and so on. You are part of it. And, you know, I found myself, as I was telling you, when I got to the home of Adele.
You want to hold that thought when you get to the home of Adele. I've been ignoring the calls for a while. Let me just take that caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, Pascal.
Speak louder, please.
Speak louder so we can hear you.
Pascal and Muku.
Muku,
yes. Go ahead, Muku.
Remember that name?
Yes, if you remember that name. Popo,
of course, man. My supplier of honey.
Were you in that match? From the Canadian Bank to Duncan Timber.
This is low.
He said, "Were you in the
No, he
match
was in
from the Royal
Duncan
Bank to Duncan? Duncan
No,
Timbers."
I was not physically there. I know about all those things, but I missed that one.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Wendell Dillon
Thanks.
says, he's talking to me, because I know this guy. We used to do a program together on radio. He says they're Trinidad comrade, so he's listening. I wonder how he get to know about the Lakou. I remember when after Maria that he was here, and we used to do a radio program, and I call it Empowered to this present day. The program is still on. Renick Thomas say, "Why didn't you read my full message, a real Cuban comrade? I didn't get your full message, sir, so you better send me that message again so I can read it for him." Joseph Carbon said, "I remember being lectured Saka, gentlemen like Afimate, Para Riviere,
Yes.
Ron Green, and the likes under that movement."
Yeah, man. I was telling you about Adele, because perhaps with all of the following and listening and being shy to make a point, because you don't know enough and you are swamped with educated guys, PhDs, fellas that come from universities, as I was saying, and you feel a little intimidated that why to go and put your mouth in this fella's thing and so on. It is better to listen. So I did quite a lot of listening, but when I went to live at Adele's home, I found a library. I found a library inside the lady's house with all the books that I really needed. I found the books of Angela Davis. I found the books of Soledad Brothers, George Jackson. I found the books of Che Guevara. I found the books of Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro. And I read almost every single book that was there in these things of those revolutionaries. I just took time outside of homework time, outside of school time, and so on, and make sure that I read and I read and I read, because apart from Granby, I was not exposed to all of that literature, and I did a very meticulous kind of thing about reading and ensuring that I knew what was going on in this world by reading. After that, after school, I got myself with the library and work study committees. They had 2 libraries in Granby. I got myself involved with Rosie Douglas. When he was deported from Canada, one of the things that he did was he brought a lot of books down to Dominica. He had a library at his brother's home in Mopac, and I got myself my hands on those books and so on, and I read. So that is why I got all my thing before going to Cuba. That is, so you were asking me, I was telling you about my last year in school. My last year in school of 1976, because I started in 1971, and I was so happy that I didn't double any year, and I completed in 1976. 1976, I was already out of school, but preparing for my GCE examinations when Rosie Douglas arrived in Dominica. Rosie Douglas was deported to Dominica around maybe April, May, I don't know exactly date when he arrived in Dominica. The thing is that after all the struggles that Rosie went through, he was circled, captured, deported, sent home because he was considered a threat to the national security of Canada, and he was put in chains, leg irons and handcuffs, and deported. Rosie did not come directly to Dominica on that deportation. He stopped in Jamaica, maybe about 3 weeks to a month. He stayed in Jamaica because, according to what he told me, he was scared that when he arrived in Dominica, he was going to lose his life, because he was not sure how he was going to be received. So he was making preparations. And I heard something on your program last week. You know, I listened to your program with Mrs. Athlin Douglas Murdoch. And when Ambassador Ian Douglas called, he said that the Cuban relationship started in 1979 as a result of the non-aligned summit that was taking place in Havana, and Rosie and Bernard Wilshire were there, and that is where relationship started with Cuba. I just wanted to say, it's not that I correcting anybody, because whatever he said might have been right, but what I know is that Rosie Douglas, on being deported from Canada, stopped in Jamaica and spent some time, and one of the first things that he did was to go to this Cuban embassy in Jamaica, where he made arrangements and started a relationship with Cuba from that. So that by the time Rosie arrived in Dominica, he had already made all arrangements for he himself to visit Cuba. In the course of things, in October of that same year, 1976, Rosie had already established the Popular Independence Committees, and Rosie was on his way to Jamaica, to Cuba. He was in Jamaica awaiting a flight that was coming from Trinidad, from Venezuela, or from Trinidad. While he was waiting for that plane landed in Barbados, and when it took off, the CIA people put a bomb in that plane and destroyed the plane. 76 people died, or 70, I don't know how many people died in 1976, October. And therefore, Rosie was waiting for that same plane in Jamaica to go to Cuba. He finally went to Cuba, established relations with these people, got people like Osvaldo Cardenas to come to Dominica, got a delegation of Dominicans that included the wife of Patrick John, the wife of Mike Douglas, and quite a number of prominent Dominicans to make a fact-finding trip to Cuba for them to see. All that happened before the 1979 hurricane. So, the correction of this thing is that in 1976, Dominica had already established that kind of fraternal relations with Cuba, even if it was not diplomatic relations. But before the non-aligned summit that happened in September of 1979, we already had relations with Cuba. So I was telling you that I met Rosie, because when Rosie came to Dominica, he came to Roseau, and the first house he came to was Hilarian's home. So you can imagine, Cecil, I am their student. We know about Brother Rosie Douglas. We know Rosie coming. A lot of people, cannot wait anymore. So long they say Rosie coming and you're not reaching and so on. And bam, Rosie reaching Dominica, and Rosie comes to Hilarian home, and that's where I live.
I just Googled information that in terms of the number of persons who died in that crash in 1976. It is said that the crash occurred about 8 kilometers or 5 miles short of the airport. All 48 passengers and 25 crew aboard the flight died. The victim comprised of 57 Cubans, 11 Guyanese, and 5 North Koreans. So I can give you that information.
The Guyanese and the North Koreans were students. The Cubans were a Cuban fencing team that went to fight in Venezuela and so on, and they won gold medals and they're returning home.
The flight number was called the Cubana de Avion Flight 455.
Yeah. So imagine after so many things happened to Rosie while he was in Canada, because during the time of all that riot, he was framed. I mean, the prison that he took there was like, he didn't do anything that had deserved for him to be taken prison. In fact, the school, Concordia School, came on and apologized to the students and to the people and said that they themselves had wronged the students by introducing agents provocateurs who created and caused the fire in the computer school, in the computer room. That it had nothing to do with the students that were protesting. However, even Rosie was not a student at that school at that time, but the students or the black community in Canada depended on Rosie so much for his leadership, for his charisma, for his savvy. So he came to see them when they called him, and I mean, really, this thing is not to talk about Rosie, but we're just saying that this is where relations with Cuba started, and this is where we can just correct the records that it was much longer. There were 3 years before 1979 that Rosie was already making several trips to Cuba, Dominicans had already been to Cuba. Cubans had already been to Dominica. We talk about Osvaldo Cardenas. We talk about having relationship with a gentleman who is still around called Otto Marrero.
Otto.
Of course,
I think he was ambassador once upon a time in Barbados.
Yeah.
We all know Otto very well.
Yeah. So, those people are frontline people of really establishing that relations. When we went to Havana, to Cuba to study in 1979, Otto was the person who, received us. The government of Dominica sent a chief education officer with us, and so it was, because we did not have that kind of diplomatic relations at that time, it was Otto that was our man of business, go-to person when we needed anything that we needed. So as a person who lived, I was not just a student in Cuba, but I was also, before going to Cuba, a member of the Cuba Dominica Friendship Association, and we did a lot of preparations for that kind of thing. But in my last year of school, I met with Rosie Douglas, and that was an inseparable kind of thing until his death in October 2000. So between that time, while I was in Cuba, I returned to Dominica on 2 occasions for vacation. The first time I returned to Dominica was 3 years after going to Cuba. That was in 1982. On our return to Dominica, for the first time, when we got into Barbados, a large number of Dominican students going home for the first time, we found ourselves in an unfortunate situation at the airport in Barbados, because the time the plane landed, about after 3 o'clock in Barbados, that is the Cuban Airlines, we could not get a connecting flight to Dominica. And so we decided to stay at the airport and wait for, to make arrangements so we can sit at the airport and so on. But because it was a large group, the Barbadian security decided that we could not stay at the airport, and they asked us to go and get a hotel or a guest house somewhere. And we didn't have that kind of money to go and rent a guest house. And these people, they called their prime minister to come to the airport. That time Tom Adams is the prime minister, a very good friend of Eugenia Charles. They had their discussion, and these people locked us in a cell in the airport to spend the night. They took our passports, and early morning, 6 o'clock, we were marched to the airport, and on boarding the plane, they gave us our passport back.
So you're like a deportee?
Yeah, like they deported us, but we were just in transit trying to come home and so on. And because we were coming from Cuba, because of the geopolitics and the anti-Cuban kind of thing that was going on, you remember it was 1982. So really, the Grenada Revolution was alive, but it was not. There was no destruction of the Grenada Revolution at that time. But they were very hostile to us. And maybe that is the only time in my life that I have been locked up, and spent a night in a cell together with quite a number of my Dominican brothers, that we were just going home to meet our parents. And
I'm sure history would like to know who are these other brothers.
Pardon?
I'm sure history would like to know who are the other brothers.
Okay, so, you had people like Gregoire Thomas. You had people like Kelly Grano was there. You had people like Albert Panman Bellot and so on. And one of the things that we need to remember is that the night we spent in that cell without any food, a gentleman from St. Joseph called Muspa.
Muspa, yes.
He's a lawyer in Dominica, prominent attorney in Dominica.
Young Muspa at the time. Mm-hmm.
At that time, young Muspa was studying in Barbados to become a lawyer.
I think his surname is John Charles.
Yeah, his name is Elu John Charles, or John Elu Charles. So he's John Charles. And these guys went, when they heard of our plight, somebody called and so on. They came, himself and another gentleman called Franklin Newton. Franklin Newton was the twin brother of Frank Newton.
Okay, yes.
Very bright guys.
Frank has since then passed.
Both of them, both Frank and Franklin.
Okay.
So, but these are the two fellas who came. They heard that Dominicans were locked up in the airport, and these fellas rushed to KFC or Chef Fete or whatever and got us some fried chicken, brought that into the cell where we were there, and we had a meal of things. That is what we suffered for going to study in Barbados. So we never took any kind of prison in Cuba. We never took.
Was Charlie with you all at that time, Charles?
Charles Spear?
Charles Spear.
Charles Spear was with us, but he was not in the cell with us. I'm not sure. I don't think. I don't know. I can't remember. You know when you get old,
Yeah.
But quite a number of us, I call people names. I'm sure I don't get permission from them to do that. But at the same time,
talking about history, right?
You ask the question, I'm trying to answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but all during that time, I came to Dominica. Remember, I got a ticket. The Cuban government gave us a ticket, and because at that time there was no kind of thing like stipend, no is what your parents can send for you, and if you can get something. And so after those 3 years, there was a plea to the Cuban government to assist, and we got a ticket. So then there was another occasion when I came to Dominica in 1984. In 1984, I got a ticket, a one-way ticket to come to Dominica from Cuba, from Rosie. I appealed to Rosie that I needed. I was really completing. I was in the 4th year of my studies. I would come to Dominica and go back to complete my time of study in Cuba, my degree. And Rosie gave me a ticket to come to Dominica. So you can imagine that I maintained that kind of relationship while I was a student. When I got into Dominica, for me to make arrangements for me to go back to Cuba after holidays, I decided, let me make a couple rounds and see if I can get some good friends to give me a return ticket to Cuba. When I spoke to two people, one was a businessman, another one was a top government official. And in the way that they spoke to me, it appears that nobody was willing to or able to help. And I turned to my father, and my father told me, don't worry. He has a bull there that is going to slaughter that bull or sell it or whatever to make me get that money to go back, to return to continue my studies. So you can imagine the kind of relationship that I had with my father. At one time, after I completed school, I returned to home to Boetica because, I always felt that I wanted to work in forestry. There was something about my growing up that I had liked the bush, the forest, the nature, the river, I climbed Mount Sinai. Sinai is a mountain above Boetica. I climbed that mountain several times by myself alone because there was so much of a beautiful view. You could stand in one spot and turn to the north and look at La Plaine, Mont Jean, you look at Rosalie, Cassie Bruce, all the way as far as your eyes could see. And then you turn around and you look at the south, and you would see Petit Savan, and as far as your eyes could see again. And many people, even the guys who are from Boetica that are listening to the program there, they don't know that spot in Mount Sinai. But the person who told me about that spot was Benedict Joseph. He is, he's a man from Boetica. He was one of those people who fortunately attended high school because not many people in our area went to high school in Roseau, but Ben attended the technical wing of the Dominica Grammar School. Subsequently, he was working at Winsky as a surveyor. Today he's a land surveyor. Well, Ben introduced me to that thing, and a lot of things that I did with Ben. We walked from Boetica, from Roseau to Boetica regularly walking up Roger, passing Pocasset, and walk to go Boetica, and go and sleep at our home and so on, and go back to work and so on. I walked a lot in my. I worked at forestry. I finally got a job. I got a job in forestry because, it was 6 months.
On your return from Cuba, or before you went to Cuba?
No, I'm talking about before I went to Cuba.
Okay.
I finished school in 1976. At the end of the school year of 1976, and in January of 1977 I started working at forestry. But that was because my father, it is a secret of a pull string that I must reveal. It's a secret of a pull string that I must reveal because it is as a matter of gratitude, both to my father and to Mr. Thomas Etienne. Because Thomas Etienne was a minister at this time. He used to be a minister in the government of Leblanc. He fell out with Leblanc and he was removed. But he maintained a friendship with my father because both of them at some time were in England together. And when I realized that it was difficult for me to get a job, I had sent applications after leaving school to all establishments in Dominica, including Bata Shoe Store. Bata was right next to where Jupini.
The Jupini is at this present time.
So you try, you must find a way for you to get a money for you to put in your pocket. But I went back to Boetica, helping my parents tie cow, make garden and so on while I'm waiting to get something. And the suggestion came that I should ask my father to speak to his good friend Thomas Etienne. So we walked from Boetica to go to the home of Thomas Etienne one Saturday afternoon, and we put the proposal in front of Mr. Etienne that because he was a good friend of Christopher Maxime, who was the head of the forestry at that time, and because I had such a strong desire to work at the forestry, because I was encouraged to work at forestry, to apply by Silo. Sylvester Joseph was from Boetica. And he introduced me to books about forestry and ideas and so on. And what was encouraging was that there were scholarships available for people to study forestry. And I felt that is something that I just wanted to do. So we were there, and we asked Thomas Etienne to do us that favor. And Thomas Etienne picked up his phone from his home, his farm, right there in Daly's, and called Maxime at Monbruce. Because they were good buddies, Maxime just agreed that tell him to come on Monday. Since he is from the country, he completed his high school. He knows the names of all the trees and all the forests and so on. This is a good candidate for us to have at the forestry division.
Oh, yeah, I tell you.
So yeah, I was at the forestry. I started working in the National Parks Office. You know where the National Parks Office was, Cecil?
Was it in Gardens, Botanic Gardens?
Right behind you there.
Oh, yes. In the
sales
office. The sales office was before.
That was the place I started working. When I first came to Forestry Division to work, from that arrangement with Thomas Etienne and my father and Maxime, I was at the National Parks Office, right behind you there. And then after that, I went to the headquarters of forestry in the gardens. And then, I had a little mishap I was doing time sheet for fortnightly paid workers and so on, completing the time sheet and submitting their thing. And one afternoon, I was at work, and maybe, I was not feeling well. And I rested my head on the desk. It was just after, work had resumed at 2 o'clock after the lunch hour, and I didn't feel well. I can't remember if I was sick with a stomach or headache or what. And I rested my head on the desk. And then I'm hearing somebody by the window passing saying, but what am I seeing there? When I lift up my head, I see this Mr. Christopher Maxime, the boss man of the forestry, caught me in a compromising way that I was like, maybe he could say, sleeping on the job. Although I was not sleeping, but my posture appeared to be like I was sleeping on the job. Well, I mean, it was an unpleasant kind of situation, to say the least. And I told him, when it was time for me to speak, I told him that I am not attracted to working in the office. The office is not a place where I really want to be involved in forestry in Dominica, and to be in an office was not something. I wanted to be on the field. And they sent me to Glogomier. There was a forestry station in Glogomier. I got myself involved with the production crew, where we were producing lumber from the trees, the gommier in the forest and so on. So I was with the sawmill crew and the chainsaw crew. You know, we did quite a lot of important work. I will tell you.
Back from where your father came from.
That's it. To tell you the truth, I mean, I participated in the production of almost all of the lumber that was used to make the stage and the sitting for the independence. Dominica obtained independence in November of 1978. And it was, and you know, one of the things though, importantly, I did not celebrate independence in Roseau on that day of the lowering of the flag of the Union Jack.
Where were you?
I went to Boetica because I was president of the Kako Cafe Youth Group. And the school and the village council were having a function about independence, and they invited me to come and speak to them about independence. And because of my activism in the popular independence committees, I obliged to go to Boetica instead of staying in Roseau. And therefore, you know, I was telling you that working in Glogomier was the joy of my life. You know, Glogomier is cold. You know, when you get up in the morning and you have to take a shower in this cold water before you go to bathe, to go to work, and you produce. I was telling you, we cut down gommier trees, we cut down châtaignier trees, we cut down mang trees, and we produce boards and posts and everything. And so I gained a skill right there from that thing in forestry, where I could operate a chainsaw, I could operate a sawmill. And you know, so when I went to Cuba to study, I went to study forestry. I remember one day we had a practical class of forestry. We went to the field and we had a chainsaw, and here the professor had the chainsaw, and you know, we studied the different parts of the chainsaw, and we were given the chainsaw to do some wood cutting. And when the chainsaw started and so on, and whoever was trying to cut, nothing was happening. I just told the guy, let me have a look at that. And when I looked at it, the chain of the chainsaw was mounted back to front. So the speed where the cutting thing there, it was totally the opposite. So no wood was cutting at that time. And I am a student. My professor is in a situation where he's stuck with a chainsaw, with a chain that is mounted back to front. And I draw his attention, hey, you're doing this thing wrong, man. Let us dismount this thing and fix that chain. So that, and I did that right in front of the rest of the class because of my knowledge of chainsaw work that I had done with the forestry division in Dominica. You understand that, Cecil?
Yes, I get that. So now, Lyoyd, you are in Cuba, studying in Cuba. You have given us the story of studying in Cuba. While in Cuba, did you do any, like you said in Dominica, as you did at the Cadet Corps, did you do any of military training while in Cuba?
I wish I did, but absolutely not. Nothing like that. The Cuban system is very disciplined and strict. If a group of Dominican, or if the government of Dominica had maybe requested that kind of thing, I'm not sure if that would be honored. When we came there as students, we were part of, like we were very few, foreign students were very few. We were there in the class together with Cuban students. And therefore, it was just a matter of doing the studies that the course required. And for us, especially the foreigners, there was no requirement for military training. And so I never touched a gun in Cuba during the 6 years that I spent there. I never was even close to any gun. Not gun, not long gun, not shotgun, none of this kind of things.
But knowing the consciousness of the Cubans, would you have been taught in reference to international relationary politics to know what happens?
Well, you know, the apart from studying forestry, for you to do a degree in Cuba, you have to do you have to do 3 important subjects. That is, we studied political economy of capitalism, political economy of socialism, and we also studied the Cuban workers, history of the Cuban workers movement. But so in political economy of both capitalism and socialism, you would have to know. And by the way, those are courses that are taught in all universities in the United Kingdom, in the United States of America. But certainly with the relationship that Cuba had with the socialist world and so on, we studied that thing, and you had to pass it and so on. You had to do dialectical materialism and so on, and historical materialism, and we did those things as courses that are necessary for you to be a rounded person in life. It was not a matter of an indoctrination that you would be trained for you to come and implement things like the fear. You know, on returning, upon graduation, I mean, I graduated from Cuba in 1985 and I returned to Dominica and I couldn't find a job. Unlike people, there were people who had worked in the system before and they were appointed. You know, there is a category of workers that are appointed as part of the service, and there are others that are not appointed, that are daily paid workers. At the time when I left the forestry, I was still a daily paid worker. I was not appointed. There was, I think, 2 gentlemen from our group, Dr. John Toussaint and Mr. Philip Joseph. Both of them were appointed, and on their return from Cuba, they got back their jobs. So imagine these guys have all gone through a number of years of study and qualified with
Is it Philip Joseph from Vickers?
That's it. Philip Joseph of Vickers. Maybe you can say Philip Joseph of Portsmouth also, but yes, Philip Joseph.
Married to teacher, trying to remember her name. Cynthia, I think.
Cynthia, that's right.
Cynthia Joseph, the twin brother, man.
Yes, the twin brother. Yes.
Yeah. So these guys returned to Dominica and got back work. Like John T returned to the vet unit of the gardens, and Philip returned to his teaching. I was not that fortunate because being a daily paid worker, there's nowhere in my name in the books and so on. So I came back in 1985, and it took me 7 years walking up and down in Boetica, in Roseau. I would come almost every day. I come to Roseau. I would go to the Botanic Gardens and find out, is there anything for me? Is there anything for me to do? And I would get the same recurring answer, not quite yet now. And I would just go back to Boetica, tie cows, make garden, do things and so on. At one time, I left Dominica. I was asked by Rosie to undertake a mission for him to go to the Jamahiriya. You know what I talk when I say Jamahiriya? I'm talking about the Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. So
the Mutaba?
Like many
Mutaba, you're part of the Mutaba.
No, he wasn't part of the Mutaba. He's not saying that he's part of the Mutaba. He went and do a mission.
Yeah.
That is just about it.
You would have to do a little more reading.
You know, I was going to tell him that because I
You
heard
don't tell me that. Okay.
Because a person of your level and so for you telling me about Mutaba.
Yes.
I mean, there's no such thing as Mutaba. It's the world Mataba. If you're talking about something, so you talk about the Mataba.
The world Mataba. Oh,
Yeah. So if you bring Mutaba in that equation,
I rest my case.
Yeah, but I was asked to undertake a mission, and remember that mission was like a very deep sacrificial kind of thing. Here am I, a graduate from a Cuban university in forestry with a degree in forestry, and a country like Dominica with so much forests and so on, and at the time there were no professional graduate foresters at the time when I was there looking for work. But I realized that my problem was a political problem, that as much as there was a geopolitical situation where there was an anti-Cuban, anti-communist kind of system, pro-American, in Dominica at the time of our return, because it was almost close after the destruction of the Grenada Revolution. The Grenada Revolution fell in October of 1983, and we returned to Dominica in 1985. So 2 years after, Eugenia Charles had just won a second term after she had beat everybody in 1980 and formed the government. She won the elections again in 1985. Remember, the 1985 arrangement was that the Labour Party that was splintered into several different groups came back as a united group in 1985 to contest the 1985 elections. Yet still, it was a defeat for Labour. Eugenia won again, and almost immediately after that, I am back in Dominica complete. So the politics was not nice. But there's quite another thing, that the society in Dominica had not really accepted, like, you know, these guys, what they think, who they think they are, for them to just go, and nobody do send them and so on. They go and do training in Cuba, and nobody don't know. In fact, the Prime Minister at that time said that she would not employ the guys who studied in Cuba because she was afraid that they were going to overthrow her government. So imagine we have that kind of stigma on our head. And it took me 7 years. During that 7 years, as I tell you, it was between 1985 and 1992. In the process, I spent a year and a half in the Jamahiriya. I don't need to explain what is the Jamahiriya again for you.
I'm very much aware as to what it is.
Except if Brain want me to explain.
No, it's okay. Leave it alone.
So I mean,
may he so rest in peace, Sogo Fly. Sogo Fly would have known.
Sogo Fly, you know, interesting. You know, I mean, he was my buddy.
Yes.
And one of the things that I admired about him is the loyalty that he demonstrated in the darkest days of Patrick John and all the stone throwing and the overthrow and all of his ministers resigning. And Sogo Fly stayed in Kinfield with Patrick John, irrespective that the people were coming to invade his house with guns, with stones and so on. He provided protection and security for Patrick John. That is a kind of loyalty that is unmatched in a lot of our thing. Apart from that, Sogo Fly was well trained. Apart from being trained as a police officer, Sogo Fly was trained in a school, trade union school in Cuba. Mm-hmm. And Sogo Fly was also trained in trade unionism in the Soviet Union. So he was not, I mean, right now in Dominica, we don't have trade unionists anymore. When last you hear about a strike taking place anywhere in Dominica?
Or in the region? Or in the region? Yeah,
in the region they still have, you know. But I mean, in our situation in Dominica, it is, I mean, a shameful kind of thing that trade unionism has died. But anyway, I just wanted to say that, a tribute Sokofly. I mean, I know.
And also visited the whole Mataba in Libya.
Yeah, maybe the time when he went to Libya, I was already gone because I didn't spend so much time there. But it was an interesting kind of, as I said, a mission that I was asked to do by the leader of the party, the leader of the struggle that we were going through. And I there are things that you cannot say no. There are times when saying no would show that kind of cowardice in you that you and just like that, when Rosie asked me to contest the elections of 2000 on behalf of the Dominican Labour Party, I just felt, even if I was not prepared for that kind of thing, I had not that I did not have political experience, but I did not have the resources financially to be contesting elections. Elections is something that takes a lot of money. And I was not prepared in that kind of time for me to do a thing. But what was at stake in the history of the politics in Dominica was you had Ron Green, who was at some time the education officer of the Dominican Labour Party, moving across and joining the United Workers' Party.
Also background of being a socialist.
Exactly. He was one of the Black Power people that introduced all of those ideas in Dominica. But then he got an offer maybe that he couldn't refuse, and he joined the United Workers' Party. And we had a situation where in the Laplain constituency, for the first time maybe in a long time, we had not seen that one candidate was going to contest the elections unopposed. And the chance was that on nomination day, he would have been declared elected as the parliamentary representative. And I, being from Boetica, realizing that something is wrong with the democracy if there can be nobody to contest the election against an ordinary man. He's from Roseau that went to Laplain and so on. And here we are, not even somebody from Laplain, Boetica or Dalis that was willing. We tried at the time Cecil Roberts. Cecil Roberts was a prominent government official. He agreed at one time and he declined later. Then the Labour Party was in a situation where we did not have a candidate to contest the election. And Rosie approached me, and I felt, how can I say no to the man? I mean, it doesn't matter. Let us go for it. And I said yes, and I contested the election. Obviously, in 1 month's time of hardly done any political work in that area and so on, even if that's where I come from. But something very hurtful happened to me in that elections. You might consider it as though you're soft or you pure if you feel hurt. But when the people of your own community, like in Boetica people, felt that I should not be involved in the elections, just let Ron win and so on. And then they taught me the lesson by making Ron beat me in Boetica itself, so I could understand if Ron beat me in Daly, so if Ron beat me in Laplain, but to beat me in Boetica,
home base,
my home base, and many of the people, including some of the guys who were part of the Kako Cafe youth group with me, when I approached them and I went there, they said they don't know me. Who are you? I mean, we don't know you. And say, I had to revert to the Bible. Because I remember I tell you I was part of the Catholic arrangement. My father was staunch Catholic. My auntie was the person in charge of making sure preparations for the church. And I'm seeing, I was just recently with you guys as the head of the organization. We did so many things together. Today, because of politics, you're telling me that you don't know me. I say, well, there was a story in the Bible about Joseph and his brothers. I said, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about there.
Yes, I know.
Joseph was the smarter guy in the family. And
he was sold to the Egyptians.
Yeah, his same brothers decided to sell him. Because
11 other brothers, 12 of them.
That's right. So
they sold him.
They sold him. The fact is that he was the king who bought him and so on, they had him. The wife of the king decided that she wanted to have some kind of arrangement of an affair with him, and he was strict in that he refused.
Was it Potiphar?
She tore her clothes and complained to the king that, look, he tried to rape me and so on. And the king did not waste time. He locked the man up in prison. How can you, rude little boy, come at my home as a slave and want to rape my wife and so on? He was locked in prison, and during that time in prison, the king himself was having dreams that he could not interpret. And somebody told him that there is a young guy who is very good at interpreting dreams. And one of the dreams that he had was watching a river and watching 7 fat cows coming from the river and going in the meadow, and 7 lean cows. And he couldn't understand what was that. And, everybody that he went to ask him to interpret that, he couldn't find. And then he finally went to Joseph, because somebody introduced him and told him Joseph was good at doing those things. And Joseph told him that the 7 fat cows, the 7 lean cows are the 7 years of misery and hard time.
Mm-hmm.
And the 7 fat cows are 7 years of plenty and so on. So during these 7 years of plenty, you must save. Build warehouses and save, so that when the hard time comes, you will have enough to take care of yourself. The guy was so happy when he got that kind of interpretation. He released Joseph. And, the rest of the story, I can't tell you everything now, but Joseph's brothers, during the days of the lean time, had no food, and their father sent them
to go to Egypt.
Go to Egypt and get some food.
And they had to meet Joseph.
And when they reached there, the person that is selling the food for them is the same Joseph that they had sold.
So that's how you felt
So I'm telling those people in Boetica, be careful. You see that thing all you say, you don't know me there? I am Joseph. And one of those days, you will need me, or you will know me, And so I was hurt to the point where I told them, be careful, because in the thank you meetings after the election, it's a formal thing that you go, you lose or you win, you go and tell people thank you and so on. So, I had myself, I went back to the Bible and I told them, I hope you people that said that you did not know me, I hope when you are coming to see me, because Labour is going to be in government and I am going, when you come in to see me, please make sure that you have oil in your lamps. Do not do like the 5 foolish virgins and come there without oil in your lamp, and when the person open the door to see you, you're not there because you go and buy oil to see. I remember that thing came up in the House of Assembly, because there are people who do not understand those Bible stories like me and you. I don't know if brains know anything about the Bible. but when I told them about these 5 foolish virgins, make sure you have oil in your lamp, somebody felt offended to the point where they went to the House of Assembly and talk about, I told the people of Boetica to be careful about, don't come to see them without oil. Well, I'm telling you about, that's a Bible story that all of us who profess to be Christians at the time and so on should know, that you cannot go and wait with your lamp empty, no oil. And while you're there, you're asking those smart virgins, do you have a little oil that you can give us? They say, no, go and look for it. So the time they spend going and buy it, the guy came out and he opened the door and let the smart ones go in. By that time, the foolish ones are not there. Cecil, the story, I had to relay all of those things. Like 1, that Joseph and his brothers, and 2, the 5 foolish virgins. So, my background is going to St. Mary's Academy. You cannot go to St. Mary's Academy
and not know about religion.
And you do pass. You have to pass. You have to pass religion
to go up.
Yeah, you go up, promoted in a school. So I read enough about Acts of the Apostles. I read enough about the different things there for me to be able to know. Yeah, there are times when you have to use the stories for you to make your point.
And so you are back, couldn't get a job, but you had to go to Germany at one time to study.
Well, as I told you that I first I went to Libya, but I didn't stay all too much time. While I was in Libya, I visited Ghana. I went to the Elminia Castle, in this place where the dungeons where the slaves were kept and so on. I visited the tomb of the Osagifo, Kwame Nkrumah. At that time, his remains were in the western region, at the area of his parents, in the yard of his parents. I visited that. I visited Ghana subsequently 2 times after that. They have since transferred his remains to Accra. They have a large museum where they have everything about him. You can visit there, so things have changed and improved. But so while I was there also, I visited Ethiopia. I also visited Cuba because, Conjit was graduating at that time, because I met Conjit in Cuba. I say Conjit, I'm talking about my wife. And I went back to Cuba for her graduation. And all of those things is movements, the facility of being in that mission arrangement with Rosie. So, it gave me an opportunity to do some traveling, and I went to Cuba. While I was in Cuba, I had a mishap where I lost my passport and all of my money. It was stolen on a bus traveling. However, that happened. It was very unfortunate. So on my return to the Mataba, I had to get a Cuban travel document, a Cuban passport. In that time, when I returned, I visited Ethiopia after I returned to Jamahiriya. I visited Ethiopia, stayed there. I got married in Ethiopia and left with my wife, went back to Jamahiriya and went to Greece, and then went to Dominica. Dominica was celebrating 10 years of independence in 1988, and there was an appeal very early in January. 1988 was year of environment and shelter.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. And because of that, they had designated the 10th anniversary of the independence of Dominica as an important landmark date for Dominican living overseas to come home to visit. So I took the opportunity to come to Dominica, return to Dominica to celebrate the 10th anniversary of independence with our people, since we had made a contribution in ensuring that Dominican people had understood the importance of political independence after all of those years of British colonial rule. So I came back to Dominica from there, and I started working with Sadelmi. From returning from Libya, I started working with the Dominica Farmers Union. Farmers Union, the office is just above Macmillan gas station there. That was where the office used to be. Julian Privot, who was the general secretary, left. He was doing a program of law he started in UWI, and then he had to move to University of Miami to continue his law degree. And there was a vacancy at the Farmers Union. I applied for a job and I got it, so I started working there. And so that was 1988. And from Farmers Union, I started again, and it was until in 1992. Before 1992, 1991, there was a program called Tropical Forestry Action Plan. And in Tropical Forestry Action Plan, there was an international program of development of forestry. And since Dominica is covered with a lot of forest resources, it was important that Dominica participate in that program. Lots of assistance, lots of money was offered. But people in different countries would have to prepare project proposals, project profiles and proposals to submit to the United Nations to obtain money to develop the forestry industry in Dominica or in different countries. And at that time, 1991, I was there without work with a degree in forestry. The Tropical Forestry Action Program was started by Felix Gregoire. Ambassador Felix Gregoire was the Director of Forestry at that time. He took leave from his work as Director of Forestry to start this program. And it was a situation where he was preparing, his leave was over and he was preparing to go back to his substantial position as Director of Forestry. And they were looking for someone to continue the work that he was doing in the TFAP. Tropical Forestry Action Program or Action Plan. So, at that time I got some work with Cottage Forest Industries. Cottage Forest Industries is a group of guys working using chainsaw to produce lumber. Just the chainsaw, and some of them with Alaskan mills produce rough cut lumber, dry it and sold it for furniture and so on. That was quite a lot. An industry was developed after Hurricane David in Dominica with so many trees on the ground that a cottage forest industry developed. And I got some working with them. And so while I am there representing cottage forest industries at a meeting, they were saying that there is a need for having somebody, and they advertise for somebody to take over from the work that Gregor had started. I remember Robinson was the CTO of the Ministry of Agriculture. He subsequently passed away. He was chairman of that committee, and he said that they were looking for a young lady that was the secretary of the program, for her to take over and continue the work that Gregor had started. And somebody in the committee mentioned that they understand that there is a young Dominican who is a graduate in forestry and so on, and that maybe that Dominican, if somebody knows him, they could. And I'm sitting at the meeting, and they are talking about me because I am the person who graduated from Cuba and have my degree in forestry. And here is the chairman of the meeting talking about if anybody know that there is a young Dominican somewhere that has graduated and so on. Okay, so I told them, well, I am the person you're talking about, here am I. I am right there in the meeting there with you. So it was easy for me to be able to get a transition to take over the responsibility of preparing the project proposals. I had a gentleman by the name of Albert Lander, who has subsequently become Dr. Albert Lander. He is now living in Trinidad, but he was working in the Ministry of Agriculture, and he and I worked to prepare 16 proposals to prepare for a group of maybe 12 consultants that came from different fields of forestry to come to Dominica, and we coordinated that thing. We had that work. So in the 16 proposals we prepared, one of them was the Dalis Petit Savan Road, because in October of 1991, there was World Food Program. World Food Program is on the 16th of October. The Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry designated a group in Petit Savan called the Hope Farmers to receive their prize. So that was the place where celebration of World Food Day. So I was at the forestry doing those proposals. I got a desk there and I was preparing those things, and the forestry division was conducting an agroforestry program with the people of Petit Savan, because they had depleted all firewood for the production of bay oil. They had cut all trees that was in their vicinity, and they were transporting firewood from very far distances. And so the forestry started a tree planting program to encourage these people to plant in their holdings trees that can be growing fast and used as firewood. So they were being awarded for World Food Program for such an important program. And one of the things that they did, the Minister of Agriculture at that time, Maynard Joseph, went to Petit Savan to give the gifts to the Hope Farmers Cooperative of Petit Savan. And I, sitting at the forestry division, I was invited with the forest officers to accompany them to go to that ceremony. And I went there and I heard the plea of the farmers of Petit Savan was to give them that road, the road from Dalis, from Petit Savan to Dalis, because some of them had their holdings on the Point Milat estate. They had purchased lands on the Point Milat estate, but it was going to be very burdensome for them to climb that hill to reach the top, Mont Pebush, and go down to get to thing. When they finished working at that thing in Point Milat, it was another burden for them, and the place was not motorable. It was the same road I told you that it was the Willys jeeps and the chain tires that could pass there. So, hearing the plea and the request of the farmers, I went back to office and prepared a proposal called the Dalis Petit Savan Road. We had all kinds of other proposals, but that one, when the consultants reviewed the proposals that we presented, the government of Dominica, at that time Lyoyd Williams, former president, was permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. They designated, they called a press conference and said that the priority number one for all of these projects looking for funding was the Dalis Petit Savan Road. I am glad that it was my brain work. I had studied, I had a degree. The first opportunity I got to work with the government and so on, I produced something that was acceptable. I had already done other work, from my thing in Cuba, because I worked with Sadelmi on the high tension thing to go to from Loda all the way to Dalis, Point Milat, to bring electricity to that area. So I worked all through Chimeleta, planting the poles and running the wires and so on there. But in the case of the Dalis Petit Savan Road, that became number one priority. The Freedom Party was in office. Soon after, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance, or the financial secretary, I don't know which one, but they wrote a project to the British government asking for this road, but they justified asking for the money by saying that it would open lands to thousands of acres of agricultural land. That obviously was a big mistake. I mean, I did not put that in the thing because what I did was a profile of the importance of the road. But to develop the project proposal, it needed more of the economists and so on. What was the mistake that was done is the economists went and said that thousands of acres of agricultural lands was going to be open. So the British sent a team of some engineers and they asked that somebody go and show them where the land is. And I was given the responsibility, since I was the one who wrote the proposal, the profile, to go and show them. So we started at Point Milat, at Petit Savan, and we walked up the hill, go down Pebush, and the people cannot see, because obviously there was not all of that kind of land. There was some land on the Point Milat estate, but the rest of the land is precipice, is stony, and so there was no way that the government of Dominica could justify asking the British government for monies to build a road for opening agricultural lands. When the people came and looked for the lands, they didn't find it. So soon after that, in 1995, because remember we're talking about 1991, 1992, 1993, during the reign of the Freedom Party, those things happened. In comes the United Workers' Party, and they decided that that proposal was going to be one of their flagship kind of things, to do the road regardless of what the British say, because the British refused to provide the money to build the land. So the UWP found another way. They got the money. You had aggressive men like Earl Williams as the Minister of Public Works and so on, and they decided, come hell or high water, they're going to build this road, because it's going to link a dead end part of Dominica called between Petit Savan and Dalis. And they went ahead and they did the road. They went to the House of Assembly. They asked for more money. They felt that they had not, what they had budgeted was not enough and so on. But we had the Petit Savan Dalis road. And so, this is another secret of history, that everybody saw that road. It came and people were using it much shorter for Dalis people to get into Roseau, Boetica people. I was just saying, since nobody is going to blow that trumpet for me, and it's my trumpet, I'm going to blow it for myself by saying I was the person who prepared that proposal based upon what I heard from the farmers, and whoever took it on, good for them. Dominica is better with that. But I mean, unfortunately, we had Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, and it has taken that long between 2015 and now that they are making arrangements to put a bridge. So very soon we'll have to hail a hooray and hail a hooray again. Over. That's it. We prepare ourselves for our second and hail a hooray.
I realize that when we're getting good stuff, that time is running very quickly. Now, I want to find out from you, Lyoyd, if all of this background from the year that you'd have gotten from Hilary and that of Donald Peters' mother's library, how much work would you have done with the liberation of Nelson Mandela in creating that awareness of Africa and liberation?
Well, interestingly, this week we just saw on Friday an inauguration of a new government in South Africa, that the ANC has formed an alliance with the Democratic Alliance to form a government, and it is a hurtful thing to see if you have a history of being part of a struggle. The consciousness that we had growing up in Dominica during those years of the Black Power, going to the Dublin market and destruction, is that we were talking about freeing Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was in prison in Rhode Island. The South African system of apartheid was one of the most wicked systems that ever happened on the world against black people. And the imprisonment of Nelson Mandela, he spent 27 years in that prison. But during those days, lots of people made efforts. And one of the people that made effort was the late, great Rosie Douglas, who assisted in establishing the World Mataba. And one of the aims of the World Mataba was to make whatever contribution that was required to the freedom or the release of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela's release came about. Well, first of all, the apartheid regime of South Africa was in southern Angola in 1975 when 74, I think, the government of Portugal was the colonial master of Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde Islands, Sao Tome and Principe, and Mozambique. All of these countries, especially the main territories of were fighting guerrilla warfare in the forests and so on to liberate their countries. But once the oppressive government of Portugal fell, it was left to fighting factions on the ground in Angola to declare independence. The MPLA of Agostinho Neto decided that they wanted their independence on the 11th of November 1975. And there was the Jonas Savimbi organization that linked up with South Africa to prevent the declaration of independence on that date of the 11th of November. So Agostinho Neto made a request to Fidel Castro to help him to send troops, because South Africa was on the outskirts of Luanda on their way inside to take over the seat of power in the capital of Angola to stop the independence movement. And Cuba responded positively and sent men, and it was like one of the bravest kind of things that ever happened in the world, that these few men that came on that first trip managed to fire back at the South Africans, and they could not believe that kind of resistance was taking place. So they were stalled for a while, and the date arrived of the 11th when independence was declared. So Agostinho Neto is president of Angola. Angola is an independent country. But from that time, Cuba started sending men. There was Barbados being used as a refueling station for the plane. The plane loads of men, soldiers, we're talking about men that are war-equipped men, going to Angola to keep South Africa from invading the capital of Angola, Luanda. And many men from Cuba went there. But then, that is a war that stayed forever, to the point where in 1987, because remember we're talking about 1975, they succeeded in establishing independence, but war continued, and the war that was continuing was Jonas Savimbi, supported by outside troops, including South Africa, fighting against Agostinho Neto, that is government. So government and opposition fighting a war that is supported from outside. So Neto was supported by Cuba and the Soviet Union, and Savimbi was supported by South Africa and the US. At the same time, the South African army had occupied Namibia. Namibia is another country neighboring with South Africa in the southern part of Africa. During a summit of the Non-Aligned Conference that was held in Zimbabwe, around that time, there was a lot of push to get Cuba to remove their troops from Angola, because it was burdensome. United Nations resolutions were passed, and the Cubans finally agreed that they would let that thing happen, that they would have to withdraw. But before they withdraw, they did that final big battle called the Battle of Quito Canavale. Quito Canavale is a place, a town, a province in southern Angola where the South Africans had invaded. Their troops were already there, and they were making a second attempt to come in and remove the Agostinho Neto government from office. And with the support that they got from Cuba, the South African army was circled and ambushed and trapped. So there was no retreat for them. Cleverly, the Cubans and the Angolans found a way to trap the army of South Africa inside of Angola with no place to retreat. And the South African racist apartheid army was defeated in that Battle of Quito Canavale in the time of 1987 towards early 88. And that is what that orchestrated the independence of Namibia, the release of Nelson Mandela in 1990, and the defeat of the South African army. You know, that battle is so important in history because that was the beginning of the end of apartheid. And so what I was telling you about the thing that happened on Friday, today Sunday, Friday, what happened in South Africa, the same army of the racist, white minority, white supremacists have come together with the African National Congress to form a new government. And we find as though all the gains of black majority and so on have been lost. So the contribution we're talking about is that the support, you know, remember Gaddafi, head of the Jamahiriya, was very supportive of other groups in the South African theater. Like you have the Black Consciousness Movement of Azania, you have the Pan-Africanist Congress. These political organizations were supported by Gaddafi, but the African National Congress, the ANC of Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, and so on, were not supported. And it was Rosie Douglas, through his work in the World Mataba, that mobilized support from different African countries and made representation flying between South Africa and the frontline states where the fellas, the ANC fellas were being trained and protected, and between Tripoli. Rosie almost single-handedly, although he had a very good team with him, succeeded in convincing Gaddafi to put some support in the ANC, financial support. And that financial support, together with the Angola war that defeated the South African army, put the release of Nelson Mandela was one thing that we got out of that Kutokana Valley War, and the work of Rosie Douglas, as well as the independence of South African army was weakened. They could not continue to hold Namibia. They could not continue the advancement that they were making on Luanda in Angola, and they accepted to end apartheid of the suppression and oppression of black people in South Africa.
Well, Lloydie, I wish we could continue. We have already gone beyond 7 minutes of the time. We normally end at 11 o'clock.
That's right.
Tell me, Brain, what you thought of tonight.
Very interesting historically. I mean, come on. I mean, that's a wealth of black history, especially when one thinks of Black History Month and emancipation coming up. It was very prolific in terms of his intellect and the way he summarizes that particular aspect of our black history. I mean, and that is a whole education in itself.
And Lyoyd, tell me about your night, how you found tonight. So I'm sorry, you may have to come back a second time because we have not spoken about you in terms of environment. We have not spoken to you reference being the Minister of Agriculture. We have not spoken with you in other aspects, but there's one more call. Let's take that caller. I for the entire night I was really ignoring the calls, but let's hear what that caller has to say. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
I have been listening from the beginning, and I've heard you saying about viewers. But what about the listeners?
Sorry. Because you see, the discussion was so intense that
yes,
you know
sir.
sometimes
I know you're talking to them very, very, very well. You know.
Yeah.
That's the Dr. Lyoyd Pascal.
Mm-hmm.
That man made. I think it was people from Chile. He talks about. He works with a group of guys that used to saw wood in the forest. Yeah, I remember he made some guys from Chile visit us in the forest while he was wearing some gourmet right up in I think Udelis area up there. A very good guy. I know him very well, but he knows me very well. He talks about a lot of things I know about. My cousins, Frank and Franklin, they are my cousins.
Cecil, is Alatash that talking there, so it's not for him to say as I don't know him. That's my partner.
Yes, that is himself.
Alataj.
Yes.
Well, you think we do not know your voice then?
I know you know my voice, but he knows that he went up for election and I did not support him anyway.
That's why you throw one on you.
So you see, you get one to
But
talk.
You get a lash.
We still remain friends. When I meet him, I call him. When he meet me, he call me. We always remain friends.
So let me answer there. Cecil, one of the things that happened to me is I contested the elections for the Dominican Labour Party, and I knew that I had a lot of people who did not support me from the United Workers Party. I'll tell you something. Where I got to know Alatash in the bushes with Reginald Williams. Reginald, EP, there was another guy.
Correct.
Right.
And pursue.
And remember, Reginald was one of the most frontline fellas of the United Workers Party in that constituency.
Yes.
But I never got a quarrel or a thing with Reginald. Myself and Reginald are still tight bodies.
Yeah, man.
And one of the things I remember,
we were good guys, man.
you know, that politics never put me to separate.
Yeah.
With my people. You see, I run a different campaign in La Plaine, in politics. I never use politics for me to put myself with difference against people.
Yeah. Dr. Lyoyd, it was nice hearing that I watching the cricket and I listening to you on a small radio.
Tell me the score. Tell me the score before you go.
No, well, it end.
Who won?
By you talking there and I watching the cricket and I didn't know who won.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Anyway, no problem.
What you were talking about was so interesting. I watching the game true.
Yeah.
But I can't tell you who win, no?
I can understand. Thanks, man.
Anyway, you take care. Have a good night.
Yeah, man, my partner. Take care.
Okay.
Yeah. So Lyoyd, tell us what you made of tonight's program.
Well, you know, I'm telling you, Cecil, these things happening in a way that it's not that I'm asking for me to come back in your program. I'm saying that we need more of that kind of sound education. And I have a wealth of knowledge. I didn't really explain to you all my life because it would not, maybe when you ask me the questions, but yeah, we need to be able to structure that thing in a way and see how out of all of that knowledge we can see how we can help people that coming up to make a better kind of living or society in Dominica.
Well, I suspect I have to take 2 more calls. Let's take that one. Good evening.
I'm happy that you took mine. Lyoyd,
Steinberg.
Lyoyd, one thing left hanging for me. This is Steinberg. One thing, brilliant stuff. Cecil was once mayor of Roseau, and Brain is from Roseau, or at least Pottersville in that region, so in the proximity of Roseau. And you said earlier on in your discussion that from the time you came to school up till now, you are not impressed with what has happened to Roseau. Would you tell us some of the things you would have liked to see? And Cecil, you being mayor, you must have done something in Roseau that should have impressed Lyoyd. So I just thought if you would just share a little, Lyoyd, on your vision, because it's quite beautiful. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I like that question of Steinberg.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stein. Dr. Steinberg.
Dr. Steinberg, I should say.
Dr. Steinberg, Henry. The thing is, I thought on the matter of environment, the Roseau River, which is one of the most important landmarks in the Caribbean, has not been given the kind of attention that it deserves. And in fact, nothing has been done apart from doing the bridges in Roseau. But also...
But hold on, Lyoyd. I remember as being mayor of the city of Roseau, I was very much involved in looking at the cleaning of the Roseau River. And I know that some people, environmentalists, who whenever I would have gotten to bring the heavy equipment to deal with the clearing and beautification of the river, that I was told that I was destroying marine life. And
Aqualife.
Sorry, Aqualife. The word is deceased. Thank you very much. The Aqualife. I was told so by the environmentalists, and it did not deter me, but yet still I was criticized most times when that was done. So at least I know that I tried just to ensure that we got the aqua life, in a manner in reference to environment, because I too, I may not be speaking quite a lot about being an environmentalist, but I too very much concerned of the environment.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cecil, that you did, but you will understand also that the Roseau River is an ecosystem. The river itself is an ecosystem. The ecosystem is not just about rubbish that you want to clean, but there is marine aquatic life in the river. So to put a heavy equipment just for you to clean and clear, you're causing a lot of damage of life that has left the ocean and spawn and come into the river. And when we talk about an ecosystem, we're talking about different organisms living together, interacting with each other. And then you put a caterpillar in the river. I'm sure we can do cleaning. We can do cleaning that is better than.
I'm of the view that it's like your hair on your head when you cut it. It's important to have your hair, but when you cut it, it'll grow. And I too believe in the growth. And I was under pressure many times, and you would have known that people were asking that I put a covering over the river to remove from me the aqua life. It would have made the water hot, it would have given it a different temperature, and it would have removed the whole vegetation that is required for the banks of the river, for the life of the fish.
Let me ask him, and he's the environmentalist and a forest man, but one of the things that I noticed that a lot of people were saying, and to find solutions for it, is that the amount of debris that comes into the river, raising the surface of the riverbed, and as a result of water during hurricane season, the level of that siltage on the bed of the river causes easy movement of the water into neighboring environments. That is, some of the water gets down into Pottersville. We saw that during Hurricane Maria. And some of the water came down into the market and to certain areas of Kennedy Avenue, River Street, etc. How would you mitigate that situation with the rise of the riverbed? What would you do? Is it building a wall or whatever? What would you suggest?
Well, first of all, you all of the works of infrastructure that is being built up river in the Roseau area, everything is done without any kind of gauge of measuring. So depending on the amount of rainfall, you have a certain rise in the bed of the river or the flow of the water. But we build bridges over the river without knowing how much water rises and when it is raining. You have satellite imagery that measures how much water system is carrying when it's coming across, what speed it is traveling, how much water is expected to dump. But you do not have the measurement right up on the rivers. This is a part of science that we are not taking in Dominica. Rivers are supposed to have gauges to measure how much would the river rises and what mark it reaches, so that scientists can be able to predict what needs to be done. And because we are not doing that kind of thing in Dominica, we try to yield to pressure by just putting a caterpillar and clearing all of the thing. We can maintain the river out of that kind of vegetation. It is something to provide employment for people. I mean, there was a time when there was a mimosa that invaded the rivers after they were talking about the forest in the river, and the system just put caterpillars there and clear the river. I don't think that is the best way. We have enough trained scientists in Dominica that would be able to do a better advisory kind of role in that. And I think we need to use our brain people. You have people like Allington James that has done quite a lot of studies in forestry, in the Cabrits, in Roseau area in the forestry that pay him a money and as a consultant and let him give the kind of advice that is needed for us to maintain proper balance between ecology and good side thing. The thing that you talk about all of the landslides that fall and carry all of the debris into the river. Well, yes, there are certain times when certain areas of the river need to be cleared and so on, but that must be done with good advice. I come back to the scientific advice. If we don't have the requisite brains in Dominica, we can get it in the region or we can get it overseas, but we must also promote the beauty of the river and not just see it as a thing. And the life in the river is something that the life in the river is part of Dominica too. Is that makes the river, the life and so on, the fish there is part of Dominica. Just like in the forest you have some wildlife and so on there. If you get rid of all of them, it will be a different Dominica you're talking about. You can't get rid of all the trees in the forest. But I just feel that more of that kind of work need to be done with the input of scientific brain people in Dominica, and I feel maybe on hindsight I also want to commend Cecil. When he was mayor, he had attempted to do a cleanup of Roseau by spaying and neutering dogs and stray dogs and so on, but that means to say you have to go back and run for mayor because Roseau is contaminated with stray dogs, and I mean you have to see those dogs, especially when one female dog is in heat and you have 20 dogs following it around Roseau and so on, and it was a good effort, but there's no follow-up, and it's not a program. We can give you all the kudos for trying, but then there is no follow-up.
No, I didn't try, I succeeded.
Well, but look at Roseau today.
Well, different leadership.
Well, I am saying that one of the things that I also want to give my little input, this idea that we have in Dominica where people are strolling dogs and they have no poo bags is something I feel that we need to examine. Because if you're in Europe and you're strolling your dog, you need to have your bag with you. I find that is something that we need. Those environmentalists and those persons looking at the city and its surroundings with people strolling their animals will have to take that into consideration. That's my advice.
Anyway, let's come to the close of the program. So I was asking you, Lyoyd, your views of tonight's program.
Well, I want to thank you for inviting me. As I told you that it took me a little thinking whether I should do it or not, whether I should break my my program and come and do this thing, or leave that for another day. But I just decided that I will do it because you will realize that I have been. I mean, Cecil, you know that me and you, in 2005, we did a program called Discoveries. It was the 5th of June, 2005. 5th of June in the world is referred to as World Environment Day. And I came here as a person who had... I came into the Environmental Coordinating Unit in 2002, so I was a fresh, new person, director of Environmental Coordinating Unit, and I stayed the night with you on that program there. And so it's not my first time thing in there, and I just felt it's a long time. In the break, I don't know if they told you don't bring me in the radio station.
Come on, man. Who was the day? We are liberal.
But we have
no. We are open institution. I will take offense to that. I can tell you that much. When people say that to me, I feel very offended because that's not a fact. If anybody gave me a directive you would not have been here tonight. So I'm saying to you, in terms of communication, in terms of information, free access to communication, I believe in that. I'm a person like you in terms of my revolutionary ideas that I have that can come on table, because I believe the radio station has to be open to people so that we can learn from each other. So
I agree, Sir Ceylon. If you get offended about that, I just want to take everything I say that back about because that was meant as a light joke.
Oh no, light jokes.
I would never want to offend
that
you.
was just outside the house.
That was a light joke about if they ask you, because
if I did not respond, maybe some person will say, you know what?
No. The point I am making is that 2005 to now, so much has passed, and I am living in Dominica. It's not a matter of yesterday morning I go and acquire knowledge and I go and read a book and I come and tell you what is going on now. But I just felt I was being left out, and I can say that. I feel that as though, you have your program, you know who you choose to come in, and if I'm not chosen, but I took a decision not to go to Guadeloupe. I asked you to give me some time, I'll get back to you. I told you what my mission was, and I just decided it's only time I can come in your program is when you invite me. And therefore, I taken advantage of that invitation for me to come. That is why I'm happy that I did it. I have no hard feelings and so on. I come, I give you the benefit of my knowledge. I have more knowledge to give.
I know.
And I just find the way that things are in Dominica is that, like I'm retired, I'm not working anymore. I don't have much of anything that compels me. Maybe I should have my own radio program, and therefore I would be able to say all what I need to say and so on. But I just telling you that I felt that maybe I was forgotten. Maybe because there are much more important other people, and I accept my position. I accept my position in this world.
Let's put it that way. In everything that you do, it's about timing. It's really about the appropriate time. Like I tell people, even getting into politics, it has to be a timing matter. You cannot just decide to join, get into politics if people don't want you. There are times people put themselves on people, and people reject them. There are sometimes that the institution is popular and people accept them. So in everything that we do, even the crucifixion of Christ was timely. And we have to understand, the purpose that we have and when it's appropriate for you to be there. And I felt, looking back as to what transpired last week, I told you so, what transpired last week on the estate of RBD, I felt it was important from a historical point of view and what you have about your community, Boetica. I felt it was important to bring you in so that you can have that kind of conversation, because last week what we heard about Portsmouth and that place of where RBD where Rosie are buried, Blenheim. Yeah. So I felt it was important to bring you in to give us the kind of information that is required. So so the way that I go about the program, Lyoyd, is not just vice-versa. It's very much calculated as to the time and time that I need people and the way the program runs. So it's so don't ever think that your information is not valid. It is valid, because tonight most persons that are talking. The last person says, very impressive, Mr. Pascal. Many persons are saying, bring back Mr. Pascal sooner than later. And so another person said, nothing happened before its time. I enjoyed the program. That's what I'm saying. Nothing happens before its time.
I'm giving my closing remarks, Give your and I can say how I feel about. I can say, because I have been the one spending the night there speaking, so I can give my closing remarks and say what I feel about what happened to me.
I take a bow for that. Let me have that person has to say good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Oh boy, that is not the Blenheim estate, it's the Hampstead.
Hampstead. Thank you for the correction.
Okay, bye.
Yes, Hampstead.
Thank you. I appreciate the Dominican public. Yes,
Lord, keep listening, man. That's good.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah, I was saying that, I'm very grateful, and I tell you, I don't go. I mean, there was no way that I could break the security system that you have on come in your studio if I was not invited. Get the police to arrest me.
No, man,
so I don't go to places where I'm not invited.
No, but that's not fair though to Lyoyd. If you figure out that you have an information and let's take for instance you're an expert on environment, and you figure out that the radio station needs to have some kind of information to the public. The DBS radio might not think of you at the time; they may think of somebody else.
Right.
So it's important to say, hey, I have a 25 cents that I can put on the table too.
Yeah.
So it's also important that it's not just about I doing it; it's about how we can do it.
But in my situation there, I have served. And I'm retired, and therefore I might just stay in my old man's corner of retirement. I don't want to go and look for people and tell them, look, me, I want to say something. I don't have to do that. But if you call me on your program and you do your thing, I will oblige.
Right.
I will come.
Let me put my piece. A man of your caliber and of your intellect in forestry, conservation, a revolutionary, cannot be retired. The struggle continues, and certain stages of the struggle one has to do, as Cecil say, the proper timing. Let me say that I myself enjoy the excitement being with you, and I'm sure that we'll have another opportunity to have a part 2, because I do not believe part 1 is sufficient for us.
No, here is Brain trying to teach me how to speak politically correct. How to speak politically correct, and don't say I served Brain.
I know you did.
I've reached this stage. I told you that I am a man with a lot of experience. I gave you the definition of experience as was said by Ramon Castro. That is the sum total of all the mistakes that you make in your life. And you see me, I'm a very experienced man. And because of that, I know when to stay in my corner and when to keep myself quiet. And I know my place. I have learned enough in life for me to know my place. And therefore, tell me
Last caller.
that I must walk on the street with a placard.
Yes, go ahead, caller. Last caller.
I think Mr. Pascal should be an advisor to the Ministry of Agriculture. Good night.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
All right.
Right.
Thanks. Well, I'm sure, Lyoyd, from what we have heard tonight, that for persons who may think that you are absent, you have made it very clear that you can be and should be given an invitation, and that you have made it very clear that you not make yourself available if you're not invited. You want to make it be known that people must know that you have a level of knowledge and that it should be impacted. But I also believe, though, contrary to what you may say, that I believe that you too can extend and say, guys, I think I can give a helping hand, and this is the knowledge that I have. But that's your view, and I respect it.
No, I also thank you for your advice, But as I tell you, it is because of Chateauby and Glow. Fouette. Remember I told you about experiences is some total of all the mistakes.
Yes, I know.
Think about that definition I tell you. Nice advice, Thank you very much.
Well, in closing, Rosa Carbon said, so proud of you, my son of Boetica soil. You are very smart and knowledgeable. Come back very soon. Thank you, Cecil, for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Talk to Cecil.
So you for sure, as according to one of the writers, said that you'll be invited sooner than later. Thank you very much, Lyoyd.
Yeah, man.
God bless you. And
my closing, it was a pleasure having him with me. With us, in fact, and the Dominican public sharing the information, which is very encouraging and very, I think we need to have more of that social interaction. Mm-hmm. It was a pleasure being with you, Mr. Lyoyd, tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I have no ill feelings about anything. I have worked with all types, everybody. I am a Dominican, and I want to see Dominica better. I have no political hatred for any kind of person. The same, I mean, I went through all my struggles coming from Cuba under the Freedom Party, and yet still I worked with Rosie in a coalition government with the Freedom Party to show that there is no hard feeling. As a Dominican, we work together to fix our country. I remember when I was being appointed as a minister to replace Afi Martin when he resigned on the 4th of July of 2000. There were many calls because Rosie had announced to Dominicans that he had 2 people to put in that position he was considering. One was that gentleman that was living, he was working in DBMC and living in Antrim. Brain, what is his name?
Right.
Anyway, you know, wow, my brain go blank there. Anyway, Rosie had 2 people. One he said was Lyoyd Pascal, and one was that other gentleman, doctor, PhD in agriculture, worked in the banana industry.
Oh,
Yankee?
Bernard Yankee.
Bernard Yankee and Lyoyd Pascal. And I remember this thing was opened on the airways, and so many people from the United Workers' Party say that they prefer Lyoyd Pascal than Bernard Yankee. And I was finding as if it's a poll, as though there are people from Dominica, from the United Workers' Party, that still feel as though. So there is nothing about me that is politically hatred. In fact, right now, Dominica need a better kind of politics than what it has there, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be pretending as though I know more than any other person. We live in Dominica together, we suffer in what is going on together, we try to fix what is going on together. So if you invite me, Cecil, I'm not going to say...
And whatever we have to enjoy, we enjoy together.
Yeah, no, that's it. So that means to say, I'm not going to say that because Cecil is... his position and so on, that I will not come. I will come as long as I am invited. And Brain, if you have an opportunity when you're talking to Cecil, you can tell him that I don't have no ill feelings about anybody when it comes to developing Dominica.
I never thought you have any ill feelings about me or anybody. I would never say that.
Yeah,
yourself and myself have been partners. We have our indifferences sometimes. We have different diverse views, and we'll exchange diverse views, but that doesn't make us different anyway.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, don't worry about anything. Anytime you need me, just call me.
I like that. That's all.
Anytime you need me, just call on me.
So thanks again, Lyoyd.
Thank you again.
And I just want to say thank you again to Lyoyd Pascal for sharing his time with us on DBS Radio. And as we do every year, every Sunday, that we give you the story of someone's Lakou. Tonight was the Lakou of Lyoyd Pascal. You heard him spoke highly of this community, Boetica. And tonight, I'm sure many persons who did not know about Boetica are actually more aware of the things in Boetica. So once again, I also want to say thank you, and just go right across to BBC World Service.
Chimps, they laugh on the inhalation and exhalation. So it's much more like a panting kind of laugh. And I'm not going to do...
I'll do it for you. I'm great at this.
Go for it.
Sort of.
Sounds quite frantic.
It's a bit like Muttley, if you remember Wacky Races.
It's like my dog, actually. He might laugh
Panting,
too.
yeah.
Yeah. But so very young infants, human infants, they actually laugh like chimps.